All right, I think we're good now. How's it going, guys? I uh, I don't expect a whole lot of people tonight, only because one, I didn't advertise it because I didn't even know I was going to have a show for this until recently. So I didn't promote it, didn't do any of that. Um, Now I pulled the draft up on the ESPN YouTube app, but only problem with that is I've got to get rid of the all the comments and crap. So and then so I can hear it, I've got to run the risk of them getting all pissy about it. So, all right. So Trevor Lawrence goes to the Jaguars, uh, pick one overall. I think we knew about this for ever since the end of the season. And now the crappiest football team on earth that has ever existed. Probably if there was a another Earth, Earth-like planet that has another football team, and they called it the Jets, they would also be the crappiest team in that universe and in that galaxy. Um, if you follow science and the future of science and things like guys like Elon Musk and stuff like that, and they propose the idea of parallel universes or simulations. Well, if they're parallel universes where maybe in one parallel universe I'm a bank robber and the next I'm a suit maker or whatever it is, there is no parallel universe where the New York Jets know how to draft. Okay, so that's that's just too far. So no matter what, the Jets are always going to suck, and in about 4 minutes they're going to do something that sucks because they suck. And I know I don't have to worry about pissing off any Jets fans because I don't think there are any left. So I know you're not watching. Um, Now, full disclosure, I don't know everything about these guys. This is college. Uh, to me, they're children, and they don't become men until they reach a NFL locker room and a training camp and see the speed of the practices and speed of the NFL coming at them, the complications of being expected to get out there immediately in case of an injury or something, or things like that. It's just most of this is. I mean, if you look right now, you see these guys. These are a bunch of guys sitting around in a room with a laptop or whatever they have, pretending like they know where these guys are going to go and pretending like who they're going to be and stuff. All right. So you don't know anything about these people at all. All right. Every single thing that you can say about a player cannot be actually accurately predicted until after they're drafted. Okay. So where you go and when you go is completely reliant on knowing what's going to happen to them. It's just so all this. Okay, I'll put it this way: Trevor Lawrence's career was just doomed the moment he picked up that Jaguars jersey. It's over. It's done. It's finished. Okay, that's it. It's done. I think he had potential. I think from the things that I saw about him, and I did research on the quarterbacks. But if you're going to ask me about some defensive back out of Wyoming that's getting drafted, I'm sorry, but I'm no help to you. Um, but uh, but Trevor Lawrence's career is over. Or okay, not career because he may be able to get out. Okay, he may end up in a Sam Darnold situation where he has to sit at the Jets for a while and then gets out somehow, and then maybe he can have a new start like Sam Darnold. We'll have to see how that goes because he didn't exactly go to a powerhouse team or anything. But so I'd say this: Trevor Lawrence's career is off to a very bad start. All right. If you don't believe me, go look at Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Patrick Mahomes ends up on the Jets. Okay, he could probably do more things with. Actually, I don't even know. I'll take that back. Let's say that Mahomes is on the Jets. And he went to the Jets instead of going to the Chiefs. Now things are different. So everything relies on where you go, at least for the first 5 years of your career, assuming they're going to take your fifth-year option. Okay, wow. Oh my God. Mr. A, wow. Did you see that? Mr. A sent a $100 super chat. Maybe VAS needs to invest in the doggy coin. 100 doggy coins. Actually, how much is doggy coin worth? I don't know. But anyway, Mr. Automotive sends a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, it's been a while. He said, let's go, man. Draft night live. Hell yeah. And draft night starts here late. It's 3:30 in the morning, guys, for me. So. Okay, I think this is pretty much what everyone expected. The Jets draft another Sam Darnold. Okay, so and that's not a shot at Zach Wilson, by the way. Okay, that's not a shot at Zach Wilson. In fact, I think Sam Darnold could be a good quarterback. It's not a shot at those guys. It's the shot at the organization. So let's get this straight, guys. All right. So the Jets, they draft Sam Darnold, and they have a organization that completely ruins him. And once they ruined him, they got rid of him, and now they draft the same thing, another quarterback, to ruin him. It's the same thing over and over again. So change out everybody, even get rid of the ownership too. So and change the name. Change the name. Okay? Just get rid of all of it. Maybe if they were more honest with themselves and called themselves the New Jersey Jets or whatever. I wouldn't keep the Jets though. That's an insult to Jets. Anyway, Mr. Automotive, thank you so much, man. You're awesome. San Francisco's on the clock. They've got 6 minutes. Nefertiti, I'm losing my camera. I have a psychotic cat, as you guys know, Ramses. He's not a baby anymore. He is now a big cat. Here, let me see him. I'll show him to everybody. He has a new game he likes to play called Let's Knock Off My Camera. That little cat that used to sit on my head, there he is. Whoa, I am going to destroy everything. Hello, are you out there? Hello, hello. Whoa, I'm going to ruin your draft. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, he grew fast. All right, Mr. A, thank you so much, man. So anyway, like I said, Jets just drafted another Sam Darnold. Okay, so and they're just going to ruin him. So, Mr. A, thank you so much. Israel, $2 super chat. He says, so good to see you back, man. VAS, let's effing go. Yeah, Israel. All right, Israel. Let's talk about Israel. Israel got us kicked off the Facebook group. I had to make a new Facebook group because of Israel. Because Israel was so evil and controversial and so mean. Him and a few other guys, they were so mean. They were talking about nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. The bots came for us. Wonderful, isn't it? Addie, $5 super chat from Addie, and of course the draft is in Cleveland. It's in your hometown, which means this draft will probably go wrong somehow. He says, kind of weird watching the draft because I usually turn it off after the first pick. It is, yeah, but it is in Cleveland. So, do we have a new member? Awesome, Thomas Allen. Thank you so much for joining. And Addie, nice to see you guys again. Wow, 24 of you here. I expected about 10, considering usually people have their own kind of thing with the. I figured everybody would be like watching on their own stuff or whatever. But John Thomas Chavez sends a $5 super chat. He says, "Let's flip and go." I hope we draft our quarterback tonight. Hell yeah. But I'm excited to see what happens. In other news, Lawrence has already been voted into the Hall of Fame. Well, why not? Patrick Mahomes was voted to the Hall of Fame in week 2 of 2018. So, why not? So, San Francisco. 3 minutes left on San Francisco. We have a situation in San Francisco, as you guys know. The Jimmy Garoppolo thing, if they're going to be traded, if he's going to be traded, or if they're going to move off that pick. I don't think San Francisco's going to move off that pick, but it does mean that they're going to be able to take a quarterback. I think they're going to take Justin Fields, but some people say Mac Jones. I would go with neither. I would stick with Jimmy Garoppolo if I was San Francisco. I would continue to play the game that they play, um, which is good defense, run the ball, control the clock, and a quarterback who just doesn't screw things up. And it seemed like they were getting Jimmy off that hero ball. I would say, that the typical thing that people say, what about injuries? He's injury prone, all that stuff. Yes, it sucks. He's got to do something about that. Get on the TB12 method or something. Dude, pliability, baby. All right. I wish I had a shirt. Hey, we got to get a shirt that says pliability on it. We got to promote that. Maybe TB12 will promote the show, right? But no, seriously, I talked to my brother who's a professional trainer, and he says that the pliability, the TB12 method, is legit. So he's been trading for over 20 years. People in the gym, done all kinds of things. Knows everything. He knows more about the human body than medical students I've talked to. It's crazy. All right. So he says the TB12 method is actually legit for the quarterback position. He said it could be good for all positions, but only to a certain extent. But for the quarterback, for what Tom is doing, the TB12 method is legit. Maybe Jimmy G needs to do that and look into that because he's got to. It's true. All right. All my life I played sports. Everybody else got injured. I never did. I'm tall, thin, lanky. I could absorb hits. When I take a hit, no matter what sport it was, when I'd go down, I always fell correctly. I always kind of, when I got hit, I never got caught in awkward positions or anything like that. So I think there's something to be said for being limber. Oh, I guess I need to tell you why. Not just because I'm tall and lanky, but I did Taekwondo and we always stretched all the time. We constantly worked on pulling our arms and our legs and our muscles constantly. So anytime I was knocked to the ground or fell, I always kind of just landed right. And that's what the TB12 method also works on is that limber and being more pliable. So Addie since $2 super chat, he says it's a joke since the Browns always pick first. Yeah, that's funny that you actually aren't. And can you believe that? Here's a Cleveland Browns point. After week 1, the first offensive snap for the Browns, if it is Baker Mayfield, he will be the first Cleveland Browns quarterback to start 3 years in a row for the Browns since they've returned to the NFL in 1999. I don't know if that's a celebration or if that's just pathetic. All right, John Thomas Chavez, $2 super chat. He says, I can personally attest that pliability works. Absolutely, John. Cool. So, all right. Sorry about that, guys. There must be a delay between what I get and what y'all say in there. Okay, so 49ers went Trey Lance. Hmm. Well, that kind of blows up everything that everybody was talking about, huh? All the experts are experts. I don't think I remember anyone mentioning Trey Lance going to San Francisco. I mainly heard Mac Jones to San Francisco. Now, originally, I was told to look at him closer, and I did. And then I found out that he is out of shape, and not that that's the end of the world, I guess. I mean, you got Ben Roethlisberger, but if you put that for how many Ben Roethlisberger, for every Ben Roethlisberger, there's 10 Jamarcus Russells, right? So I guess play your odds there, huh? Oh, okay. Trey Lance to San Francisco is a recent story. Okay. I wouldn't have done that. Yeah, Jared. Yeah, they said Brady was too skinny. Yeah, I mean, it's true. You can alter yourself. So you just, you've got to be willing to do that. You've got to be willing to put into the work. Now, it is true. Like, if you guys remember, well, some of you are that age, but when you're in your early 20s, you and you're an athlete, you're eating up all these calories, and you take in a lot, a lot, a lot because you're trying to get stronger and bigger and everything, and you end up looking like a smashed pancake or something. It's just really funny looking, and that could explain Mac Jones. So, but everything other than that, everything I saw about Mac Jones, I liked. I'm all about the head, guys. I'm all about the head. All these guys. First of all, there's no point in talking about. But he's got a bigger arm. Oh, but he's got a bigger. He could escape. He could be mobile. All right, I don't care. I don't care. It's not like you're saying that Mac Jones's arm is the same as some random guy that you find working at Walmart in Kansas. Okay, that's not what we're saying here. We're talking about the arm strength difference or the accuracy difference between these guys is very minimal compared to um, compared to the mental part of it. And accuracy can be worked on. Touch can be worked on to a certain extent, not completely, but it can be worked on. Um, Speed, athleticism, ability, all that. But if you don't have the brain, you can't fix that. Okay, you can't fix that. If you talk to somebody, if you go back in time, if I go back in time and meet my 20-year-old version, I'm still going to be me. I'm still going to recognize myself, except I'll probably punch him because he was a smart ass, arrogant dick. Okay, but there's still elements of who I am. I'm still my desire to learn, the way I like to do things and look at things and see the world. All that was my personality. That's who I am. That doesn't change. A guy coming into the draft, if he can't follow instructions, if his interview is bad, if his demeanor is bad, all those are the things I look for. Mac Jones has those things. He has what it takes to be an NFL quarterback, as far as I'm concerned, in those categories. So if someone says, "Oh, well, his arm strength isn't that," okay, whatever. You know who has great arm strength? Patrick Mahomes. You know who's holding the Lombardi right now? Tom Brady. 43-year-old man. A 43-year-old man's mind, okay, his mind overbeat, okay, completely wiped out the other guy who is considered the best player in the world right now, which is not true, but It's considered the best player right now, and has all the physical gifts you could imagine or want, or what they would want in a quarterback. But yet somehow he lost, and he's lost twice to this dude in the playoffs. And both times that he lost to Tom Brady was in his 40s. Mind is everything for a quarterback. Now, you drafted a running back, okay, you don't need him to be a ruckus scientist, okay? But your quarterback's got to know every play on the field. He's got to know everything that everybody does on offense, and he got to know everything that's going on the defense. He has got to know it the same way a coach does. And you want to bring a dude into your organization that can't study, that won't study. You guys know that story about Jamarcus Russell? Do you know the Raiders, they would send him home with DVDs that were blank. The next day he'd come in and they'd say, "Oh, Jamarcus, did you get up to speed on the plays we showed you and on the tape film we gave you?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, I'm ready to go." They gave him blank DVDs, and he just lied about it. That crap could have been discovered in the interview process, and it would have been, but they don't pay attention. But look at his arm strength. Well, whoop-de-doo. If you're so impressed by arm strength, then go to the Olympics. Find somebody there. I'm sure there's a javelin thrower that can launch that shit 90 yards. All right? All right. I wish I had a ticker and everything. Like I said, this was kind of a last minute decision. Um, all right. So, still waiting. Still waiting. All right. This is ridiculous. I think it would just be easier just to look up the websites. One thing bad about broadcasting from Europe is the delay. It's very annoying. All right. Wow, the Falcons took a tight end, Kyle Pitts. It's not very often you see a tight end go this high, guys. I mean, damn. You know what that means? Matt Ryan ain't going anywhere. I mean, I knew he wasn't going where I wanted him to go, but dude, there's such disrespect on him. The amount of disrespect on Matt Ryan is crazy. Everyone was saying that, oh, he needs to go and all this stuff, and he needs to be traded. He's watched. I'm like, yeah. That's what you got to love about the internet. Everyone was saying how Matt Ryan is not a good quarterback and he's finished and all this other stuff. And then they started passing around things about Matt Ryan versus Drew Brees. Like, why are you doing that? Like, why are you comparing Matt Ryan to Drew Brees? I mean, that I don't even understand why you would do that. But and then they blamed him for the collapse against New England. Really? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was Matt Ryan who threw that ball to Julio Jones that everyone thought was the end of that Super Bowl. And he took a sack on a play that he was told to run. And again, even in that sequence of events, I don't blame the Falcons. that much, actually. They made a mistake, okay? They made one mistake on the first call. People don't understand the chain of causality, how one thing affects the next and the next and the next and the next, and keeps it just keeps getting worse and worse. Um, so you make a bad mistake on the first play, all right, and it goes wrong. Now your choices for second down have completely altered, and you have to do something crazy. And then because that's a low percentage play, it's got a very low percentage chance of working. Now you're at third down, and then something happens at third down. It just gets worse and worse. So actually, the bad decision was the first call, and everyone wants to blame Matt Ryan for that. It's absurd. How about instead of blaming the Falcons, you commend the Patriots? That's you know, it's like everyone says, oh, when we lost to the Giants in 2007. Oh, the Patriots, they lost it. They lost it. Or the Giants won. There is an opposition. Okay, as Melina likes to say, death to the opposition. Well, guys, it's the same thing going around right now. I'm sorry, I have to do this stuff because I really am not going to pretend like I can tell you who's going to pick these guys. It doesn't really matter. You've looked at like 150 mother effing mock drafts, and they're all going to be different, and they're all going to be wrong. So what does it matter? Let's just have some discussions. Besides, I haven't talked to you guys in a while, and I have a lot to say. So, new member, Lord Barsh. Hell yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. I wish I could see what they signed up for, or you could tell me. Cavalry diplomat priest. Nice, thank you. Because I like to call it out and then ask them. Anyway, I would take Matt Ryan right now over most of the quarterbacks in the NFL. If you don't agree with that, I'm sorry, but I could make a case for all of them. So against all the other ones. But no, this is good news. I didn't like the disrespect Matt was getting. I thought if Matt doesn't come to New England where I want him, I did not want him going to a worse situation. In Atlanta, he's worshipped there. Matt's a good guy. I don't want to see his career go to crap. So if we can't have him, then he should just stay there. But that tight end pick clearly shows that Atlanta is not changing anything on offense. So I think it's good. Good for them. Thank you, Lord Barsh. Thank you. Tiffany, I know Tiffany's happy. She likes Atlanta. Yeah, that's an interesting pick. That's good. I like it. I mean, of course, we all knew he was going to go in the first, but I didn't think that's high for a tight end. That's impressive. So, the funny thing about tight ends now, if you're a general manager, is the tight ends, if they're a pass catching tight end, okay, if they're a Jimmy Graham type guy, I'm saying if the guy you're going after, he's basically a wide receiver. He has the same effect as a wide receiver on the field, but you don't have to pay him as much. Like the market for him is way different, and it's a good deal. So, what did I think of 49ers taking Trey Lance at 3? I think it's a reach. I didn't give him very high grades actually when I only did 5 guys, but I wasn't that impressed. He looks like just another guy who's going to be passed around in the NFL like everyone else, or just someone's backup for years and years. Honestly, I don't think any of these quarterbacks are that good. But in full disclosure, I say that every year because it's not like that's some kind of amazing prediction. That's just how it works, right? I mean, most of these quarterbacks, the quarterback position is the hardest one to draft. It's the one that one little thing wrong with a quarterback can completely derail his career and derail any kind of chance that he may have had. And not all of it is in his control. Some of it's outside of his control. Sam Darnold was drafted to New England, and Sam Darnold was the New England quarterback all these years. We're talking about a different guy. All right? We're talking about a different person. A completely different person. So I think San Francisco should just stay. Just keep Jimmy. He knows the offense. He's been there. The players trust him. They like him. They follow him. You can see it. I've watched tons of documentaries and things on Jimmy. I kept up with him all these years because he's a Patriots quarterback, and I always support Patriots when they leave, and everyone knows that, and I've made that no secret. And so I've always rooted for Jimmy anytime we weren't playing San Francisco. But they listen to him. They listen to him. They follow him, and whether he's out there throwing touchdowns or not, they win with him. So uh, this word's so overblown, but it's the perfect word. His intangibles are far and above all the other skills that he has, the regular skills that he has. And those intangibles include leadership and making guys believe. If they believe in you, they play better. I mean, I can even liken this uh, to war. It's the same thing. I'll get back on that real quick. Let me see who the Bengals take. Jamar Chase, wide receiver. Yeah. Okay. By the way, how's my cigar smoking dude? How's his rehab going? I feel bad for Burrow, man. To go out like that first season when he was looking pretty good too. According to the statistics that we were keeping, he was very strong while he was playing. He had his statistics were not rookie at all. Now, when I say statistics, I mean the metrics that we were using as far as efficiency goes, and what he was versus what he was going up against. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Obviously, this is a replacement for AJ Green, who went to the Arizona Cardinals, where careers go to die. Um, Arizona is a death sentence. Yeah. So, whatever. JJ Watt. Guess JJ Watt doesn't want to win a Super Bowl. JJ Watt overnight literally made himself completely irrelevant. All next year, you watch, okay? Mark my words, guys. In a few months when the season starts, we're going to be going the whole season, and we're going to forget that JJ Watt exists. Okay? We're going to forget that he exists. The only Watt that we're ever going to even talk about is TJ Watt, his little brother. So it's time for little brother to overshadow the big brother. Little brothers unite. I am a little brother. We are the better ones. I think my dad's watching the show right now, so Dad, you can say my dad can back me up on this because my dad is the little brother too. The little brothers are the best. We're always the best. See, we learn from our older brothers. We watch all the stupid things they do, and then we take that and we learn from it. We add it to our arsenal, like Thanos, like adding things to his strengths. That's what little brothers do. So Milena's over there going because she's the oldest of her. She's a big sister, so she's like same concept. Big sibling, young sibling. Night train. I don't know why they're wearing masks in the dress. I don't know. Tom Brady was at the UFC the other night with I think Tim Tebow was there and some other players, and nobody's wearing masks. They weren't wearing masks, and it's the first sporting event to full capacity, I think, since this whole COVID thing started, and they weren't wearing masks. So, but whatever. It's all theatrics at this point, anyway. I mean, aren't most of those players, haven't they been given the vaccine? So I even saw that Roger Goodell has been vaccinated. So actually, that is a good question. Have the players been vaccinated? Anybody know what the deal is with that? Well, had a lot going on here, um, going on. So speaking of Tim Tebow apparently trying out, yeah. So Tim Tebow tried out for tight end position for the Jaguars, and we know, I mean, it's Urban Meyer. That's his former coach in Florida. And I know Jared's sitting there watching, going right now, wow, Aaron knows about Urban Meyer and the Florida Gators. That's the first college thing I've ever heard him talk about. Yeah, I do know that. And um, my question is, Tim Tebow, yeah, why didn't you do this 7 years ago? Like, what are you, stupid? I mean, I liked him as a guy. I think he's a nice guy, and I wish him the best and all that. But why didn't you do this when Bill Belichick offered this to you? I mean, if Tim Tebow had done that, and at the time, so we didn't know Aaron Hernandez was going to do what he did, which is a cold-blooded murdering piece of garbage. But we didn't know that yet. But once it happened, that would have put Tim Tebow as the partnered with Gronk exclusively. My God, it's just, think about this. The Patriots won a Super Bowl with Gronk out and Marcellus Bennett in. But imagine if Tebow had all those years of experience as tight end by the time 2016 comes around. Imagine that. And we have a guest. I can't figure out who it is. It's some weird name called Big Mac Attack. I don't know what he's trying to imply. I think he's a Justin Fields fan, though. It's got to be what it means.
Absolutely.
Jared!
Justin Fields is going to be fantastic for some other team.
From Southern Mother Team, that's right. So, hey, were you impressed by my Urban Meyer Florida Gators drop right there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that you're picking up on some college football knowledge.
Oh yeah. Well, that's old college football. Don't ask me to say any now. I do know that Trevor Lawrence played at Clemson.
Yeah.
I know more than I act like, but yeah.
Now he plays, or will soon suit up for Jacksonville. Not too far from Clemson.
Yeah, and what I was saying, I'm glad that you called in, Jared, because you can back me up on this, because we love war history. But what I was talking about, Jimmy, is it's like the French Knights with Joan of Arc, right? So they were losing their battles and then everything, but then they heard that Joan of Arc was this great leader, and they believed that God had chosen her to win. And all of a sudden, they're defeating English armies and taking castles and stuff that they never could have done before, right? But Joan of Arc didn't make the difference. She's just one person, okay? They fought better because they believed in her. It wasn't exactly her specifically physically doing something. It was her presence that made the difference. So even in war, this happens with all kinds of different generals and stuff. I'm sure if you're a Roman and you've got Julius Caesar back there, you are going to fight better than if he's not there. And even if he had the same exact war plan as the next guy. But for some reason, 49ers, they believe Jimmy. They follow him. And
well, I saw an interesting clip earlier today that Kyle Shanahan on Kyle Shanahan talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Mm-hmm.
That they love him, but he's Jimmy Glass,
Yeah,
and
I
they don't
understand.
know that he's going to be able to. So it could be that they're just bringing in somebody to compete with Jimmy, and want Jimmy to be their guy. But if Jimmy Glass happens, they've got somebody that can continue running everything. And I guess since they traded up to number
Don't you
three,
think trading up to number 3 and using a third pick, that's not exactly a competition guy. That's a franchise
well,
quarterback.
yeah, he absolutely needs him to be a franchise quarterback at some point. But
Yeah,
I think it's also a testament to think that they are ready to win right now.
yeah, they are.
With whether it's Jimmy G or with, was it Trey Lance? Is that the guy?
Yeah, yeah, they took.
And
Which
honestly, it's kind of surprising to go up to number 3 to get Trey Lance.
I don't. I thought they could have gotten him. You know, where were they at before? Like
I have no idea.
6 or something like that. But or no, they were higher than that. They were like 4 or 5, I think. But
But I think the steal of the draft so far right now, and I want to get back to what you were saying about Tim Tebow in a second, but is Atlanta with Kyle Pitts.
have you ever seen a tight end taken that high? I can't remember one. Not in my lifetime,
I don't know,
anyway.
but I do know Kyle Pitts is a legitimate, you're ready to play right now starter, and you put him with Julio Jones and with Calvin Ridley, and Matt Ryan has got to be really happy today.
Huh. In more ways than one, because it
Yeah.
means that he's not going anywhere. So
right, and that they're ready to win right now, which is terrible for Buccaneers fans because 4 months ago, when the rumors were going around that Matt Ryan was leaving, it's like there's no competition in the division.
yeah, it was like bare bones. Yeah.
Right.
Now, what I think this is also an example of some guys are better coordinators than they are coaches, and that was a situation I think with what's his face.
Yeah, well, Wade Phillips is an example.
Perfect. Yeah, Wade Phillips, but for Atlanta, help me.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't think of his name.
He got fired. He was the Seattle defensive coordinator. Anyway, I'm sure. Don't you hate when like names that you know very well just fall out of your head like nothing?
It's been happening to me more and more lately.
I think we're getting older. That's
all. Hold on 1 second.
So, thank you, Addie. See, we needed a 25-year-old to, or I think. Wait, actually, I think Addie's younger than that. But we needed a youngster to tell us this. Dan Quinn. All right, Dan Quinn.
Of course.
So,
of course, Dan Quinn.
So Dan Quinn was the defensive coordinator, of course, for the Legion of Boom. And when he got to Atlanta, it kind of worked, but and then it kind of faded out like that. So,
but the interesting thing about Atlanta is,
and Kyle Shanahan,
even though
was the offensive coordinator, so
right, even though Dan Quinn was a defensive guy, they got to the Super Bowl because of their offense.
Oh yeah. That was like an amazing offense that year. Exactly.
Right. So if you're a defensive guy and your focus is on the offense, what exactly are you doing?
But let's look at this though. Atlanta did do it. They did win the Super Bowl up until. Okay, I guess the point I'm trying to say is if they were playing anybody but Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, anybody,
and Julian Edelman,
and okay, anybody but the Patriots in that position in the third quarter, that game is over. Okay, now you want further proof? Look at Tampa Bay and Kansas City. Everyone was saying, "Hey, Kansas City could come back like the Patriots did," and I'm like, "No, they won't. No, they won't. This game's over." And they didn't even sniff 10 points, dude. Right. So,
but I do want to plug in Edelman just because there's a major difference between the Patriots comeback against the Falcons and the second time the Patriots played the Giants. The major difference is Julian Edelman as opposed to Wes Welker.
Oh, Wes Welker. You know what? I lost respect for Wes Welker after that 2009 documentary came out, where on the sideline, Bill Belichick goes, You ever heard the story of Wally Pipp? And
It's
he goes,
funny.
"Who? No, he didn't know who Wally Pipp was." I'm like, "Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand if you're young now, but our age,
Right.
everyone's
Yeah.
heard the story of Wally Pipp, dude. All right,
Yeah.
Welker has no excuses. He was born in like 1980, 1981, or whatever. So, but anyway, Wally Pipp was the guy who had the job and got temporarily replaced by Lou Gehrig on the Yankees, and then Wally Pipp never got his job back. And Bill Belichick was trying to explain to him that you better watch out for because Julian had run a punt back in the preseason for a touchdown, and that was Wes's job. And then so Bill was trying to tell him, don't be Wally Pipp. This kid's coming for you. Bill was hoping that it would make Wes go, oh hell no, he's not taking my job. I'm not Wally Pipp, you know. But no, Wes goes, oh he could have it, and Bill goes, way to compete.
Yeah. Well,
I was like, oh my
there's a longer
god.
conversation on that, and there's a video that came out. I haven't seen it, but it's more than just what we saw in that documentary. Bill was there was a longer conversation, and of course, Welker it was not an easy catch. I will give him that, but the catch that he needed to make in the Super Bowl against the Giants, the second time, would have sealed the game, and
it was over.
It wasn't impossible. Yeah. It was like he makes that catch.
Did he get his hands on it?
Game's over. Yeah, he got his hands on it.
Was he being touched by anybody?
No, I think it was over his head, but you know what? So what? He had to make that catch. And that's why he wasn't back.
He got all of his hands on it. It wasn't at the tip of his fingers. I've watched it over and over again. If he got his hands on it, that's a catchable ball. He is a pro. Yeah. He is a professional. Right. He's a millionaire because of it.
For somebody who led the league in receptions multiple years, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a catch he should make. And of course there's Tyreek. Wait, no. I lost his name. The guy who made the helmet catch. David Tyree. Yeah. He can make that catch, but Welker can't make this other catch.
Well, actually, I have an even better example for Wes because it's a guy who's the same type of player. Danny Amendola. So we all remember the throw to the back of the end zone against Jacksonville in the AFC Championship game. Okay, not only was that ball higher than the one he threw to Wes in the Super Bowl, but Danny had to jump farther and still got it. Now, Danny is about an inch and a half taller than Wes. I'll give him that. All right, but that was but Danny caught that behind two different Jaguars defenders, as where Wes was wide open. No, there was no one near him. Nobody.
Yep.
So.
And they both play the same position at Texas Tech.
That's ironic, isn't it?
Like they are, but again, going back to Julian Edelman, he makes. Who other than Julian Edelman makes that catch? It's the determination. It's the concentration. It's the sheer desire.
You could see it on his face when the ball's bouncing around.
What?
He even. What's weird is that if you look at it real closely, he even has an expression on his face. It's like. It's weird. It's such a weird catch. It's probably one of the weirdest catches I've ever seen. But let me chime in here real quick. Okay, so the Bengals went Jamar Chase at wide receiver, which is they had to replace A.J. Green. The Dolphins went Jalen Waddle at wide receiver from Alabama. That was Mac Jones's guy.
Well, and it was also Tua. I can't even. I'm not even trying.
So Tua
quarterback.
Tagovailoa. Yeah.
Yeah. The quarterback. So they play together at Alabama also.
Oh, they know each other. Oh, duh. That's right. Yeah. So they do know each other. So that had a lot to do with it. Now that was a trade from Philadelphia.
Right. Apparently. And the interesting thing is, his teammate won the Heisman this year, but in wide receiver for Alabama. But Jalen gets picked over him. Jalen has some injury issues this year, but I think that's a lot of people are high on Jalen Waddle's potential.
Well, this speaks for Tua's job security because they sent Ryan Fitzpatrick to the DC Criminals, so or he ended up there anyway. Detroit went offensive tackle, so they're going to try to protect Jared Goff. Penei Sewell, I guess that's pronouncing his name right. Do you know who this is?
I have no idea.
I don't know him either.
I do not.
Poor
So,
offensive linemen. They have one of the most important jobs in football, and nobody ever pays attention to them.
yeah.
But they get paid well.
So
That's for sure.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
We're let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So not too far away. Are you going to send Melina out to McDonald's to get a Big Mac?
So you think we're going to end up with Mac Jones? Do you really
I hope
believe
so.
that's possible?
I hope so.
Dude,
I hope
if
so.
he
I
fall,
hope so.
you think he's going to fall to 15?
I hope so.
Dude, that's good, huh? Listen, I want a quarterback with a brain. I want a quarterback with a brain. Okay, we can put him on a
This guy,
diet. Maybe he needs to stop eating Big Macs. Okay, so we can put a stop to that.
we'll we'll
So
we'll eat the Big Macs for him.
I will eat the Big Macs for
Yeah.
him, absolutely. So yeah,
No, this guy. You talk about a brain. He not only like he made every honor society at Alabama,
yeah, and
and he's won.
his score was good too. So
Yeah, and he's won not only the national championship in college, but he won the state championship in Florida as a starting quarterback.
and he
So,
played for Nick Saban, which is the college equivalent of playing for Belichick.
well,
So
yeah, Nick Saban was Belichick's
in Cleveland,
mentor, like mentee.
yeah.
So
Carolina Panthers
that's
went
protege.
defensive back. They went with J.C. Horn, so
Really?
not surprising. But I don't understand these teams getting rid of a great guy just to replace him in the draft, and you don't even know if he's as good as the guy you're replacing. I don't understand that.
It's the mentality of the owners wanting the bright shiny new toy. Because
I don't know.
these you've said this before. These guys are great business guys, but this is like their yacht or their Learjet. This is a hobby for them. Not like we collect baseball cards. They collect football players.
Exactly. Daniel C. Twice is also the smartest quarterback in the draft was Trey Lance, not Mac Jones. Even if that's the case, Trey Lance was never going to be gettable at 15, so he's irrelevant to this as far as talking about that. But Mac Jones is gettable, apparently. I thought if San Francisco didn't take him, then he would possibly be around at 7 or 8. I still thought we'd have to trade up for him though. So
So there's a rumor in the chat that I saw before I got on. Denver's looking at getting Aaron Rodgers.
okay, so the Aaron Rodgers thing. Aaron reported that he's upset with the Packers and he wants out. Right now,
Yeah,
there's two ways
like
to
a
look at
good
this.
leader.
Great leader. He's an
That's
amazing
right.
leader, isn't he? So
Yeah, wonderful.
my perspective is this is a muscle flex to make them go wide receiver. That's what I think.
I guess that's very.
So I don't think he's going anywhere. But if he is, that would be so fun. We'd have so much to talk about for the next few months. Oh my God, Aaron Rodgers somewhere else. That would be so fun.
Would,
So
would it
bring
be
it
the
on, baby.
Broncos? Would it be the Broncos versus the Buccaneers in LA at the end of the year?
No, I don't think Denver's ready yet, even if Aaron
Denver,
Rodgers.
Denver doesn't
So
have. They don't have the talent.
no,
I can't see Aaron Rodgers going to Denver for that reason.
no.
Really, the only team I could see him going to would be San Francisco, but
I do find
obviously
I
that's not
do find
happening.
it highly funny that he's been hanging out with Tom the last few days, and now all of a sudden he wants out of Green Bay. I mean, come on, dude. That is not just random. That is something else,
No.
you know. So no, Aaron, it makes sense. Aaron saw what Tom did, and he's like, "Hey, why can't I do that? It's not fair.
Yeah.
You know, I want to do
He,
that." So
if he
listen,
goes to a new team, he would be the third quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl with two teams.
everybody knows my position on Aaron Rodgers and how I feel about him. But then there's also the football realism. Okay, there's realistic scenario. Would I take him on New England right now? Absolutely. Okay. Would I take him back then, starting out from a young quarterback? No, just because I don't think he would have fit New England. He wouldn't have lasted there. That's a different argument. taking a guy at 38 years old who already knows how to play, and plus, if Aaron went to New England, he would be going there knowing that he's on his best behavior, as instead of being young and comfortable with it, growing with the coaching staff and thinking he can get away with things. But that he's not going to New England anyway. But my point is, Green Bay started this. They fired the first shot. They fired the first shot last year. I was live with Shaq and Milena when this happened, and we all simultaneously went, "What the?" When they took Jordan Love in the first round. And not only did they take Jordan Love in the first round, they traded up to get him. So they used their first round pick to take a quarterback, and they gave up more capital to get him to get up to that position. What the hell? Like that was
and to
that
Rodgers'
was shots
credit.
fired. So
to Rodgers' credit, even though they wasted their first round draft pick, he still got them to the NFC Championship game
and won MVP.
Mm-hmm.
So Aaron would be stupid to leave the Packers if it wasn't for an equivalent. Okay, so I think this is a muscle flex to get a wide receiver. So
it would be interesting for him to go to Denver though, just because his career could be so similar to John Elway's, where Elway was the hothead, arrogant. I'm the best person ever. Nobody can win without me. Loses 3 Super Bowls. He didn't win one. He lost 3 Super Bowls. But then new head coach comes in. Obviously, he didn't go to a different team. And that new head coach says, hey, if we're going to win a Super Bowl, it's going to be my way, and it's going to be running the ball. So if there's a mentor that would be good for Rodgers, it would be John Elway.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's true. But if I'm Green Bay, there's
That's
no
the
way,
only...
and holy hell that I'm getting rid of Aaron Rodgers. So,
no, like,
I mean,
especially like
what?
I can't imagine how many teams ever trading their reigning MVP to a different team.
I don't think that's ever been done.
I can't imagine it. I'm sure somebody in the chat will check us on that, but
I mean, there's situations that are close, like a year after they've won MVP or something. That's happened.
Right,
but
not the
year.
subsequent year.
Yeah.
He not only he won the MVP, he took him to the NFC Championship game and had the best record in the NFC last year. So that would be
it's
quite a feat.
That would be very bizarre. So
before I called in, you were talking about Tim Tebow, and I think that's an interesting play that Urban Meyer's doing.
In what way?
Like you said before, he's got the tenacity, he's got the grit, he's got the leadership skills, but he's not a quarterback. And
no, it's like Herm Edwards said. Oh, Tim Tebow, great football player, can't play quarterback. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can't play quarterback.
And like you said, Belichick loved the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And like Patriots.
All right. So Broncos went defensive back. So they're working on their defense again. Patrick Surtain II.
Really, that guy was heavily predicted to go to the Cowboys.
Interesting.
Who are up next? But I'm looking at the board. I don't see another team.
Dude, this might actually happen. Holy crap, this might actually work. Dude, you called this months ago. I just want to tell everybody, Jared called this a while back. I think after the season was over, right? As far back as that.
If you look at the parallels, they are strong. I can never say anybody's Tom Brady. Like I can never say anybody's Joe Montana.
Of course,
Tom Brady got drafted, but the parallels between Brady and Mac Jones are very strong. Mac he went to Alabama.
Yep.
You don't accidentally go to Alabama. He didn't walk on. He was a scholarship athlete. He chose Alabama, and Alabama pretty much has their pick of players.
Right.
So the fact that he went to Alabama says enough about his talent. In
That's what I've
addition to
always
that,
said. These all guys are talented. All these guys are talented. So now it comes
right.
down to like how is their mind? How are they? Their maturity. And I said it
But when
before,
you
but
look at
it's why I like
his career,
Russell
he was
Wilson.
a backup primarily. They had two quarterbacks that are going to be starting next year at Alabama that were ahead of him. The guy at Philadelphia, whose name just escaped me, who transferred to Oklahoma.
Looks like so 6 minutes till Dallas picks. Hang on. I think there's some kind of delay with your connection or something. We're talking over each other. Like I think that there's a pause and then I end up interrupting you. And so anyway, I'm apologizing if that keeps happening. That's not me doing that.
It's on my end. I apologize. I hear you fine. I'm sure mine is dull and delay.
It's just a delay. So like by the time I think you've paused, that pause has passed, and then I start talking, and I start talking right when you start talking again. It looks like I'm cutting you off. It's so weird. I don't like it, but it's not just your fault. I just think it's the internet. You know how it works. But I'm only saying that so you don't think I'm being a jerk. But
don't understand.
Yeah, Ozymandias has a good Ozymandias 2014 has a good question. I love his name and that cat. That's his cat. That's Ozymandias, the cat. We have a lot of cat people as fans. You've got a cat. Daniel's got a cat. Now Ozymandias is a cat. We have a lot of cat people. That's cool. All right. Oh, we have a 49ers fan. Raphael, how's it going, man?
Hey, good. How about you guys?
Are you happy?
I'm happy. I just I've been watching the show on and off. I just want to say we did not draft Mac Jones, and suck it, you guys. Well, the haters.
Yeah, but you know what? You not drafting Mac Jones may end up getting us Mac Jones. So everybody may benefit from this. So,
okay. I
we'll
mean,
take Mac
I
Jones
haven't really seen.
at
I haven't
15.
seen much of Trey Lance, but I don't know.
Nobody
he looks
has.
good for our offense. Yeah. So, but I mean, he looks good. He can learn under Jimmy. I still believe in Jimmy, but let's go.
Yep.
Well,
when you go to North Dakota State.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen went to a small school, didn't he?
True.
Well, Wyoming.
I think so.
Not as small.
But
what's your
low profile is what I mean. So yeah.
What's your guys' what's your guys' draft pick?
15.
15? Oh, okay, so
We're
you got a while
there.
to go.
No.
Okay.
We're almost there because we looked at it. Giants are not going to go quarterback. Eagles, they're not. Chargers are not. Vikings might. The Vikings are the only threat to us not getting Mac Jones.
How do you guys feel about Justin Fields?
I don't. I'm not very. You guys know this. I like pocket quarterbacks. Cerebral, stand there, statue quarterbacks. And
okay.
Yeah, I think it's best for New England style, and that's why I think Cam Newton's struggling. I think Cam Newton would be better somewhere else. I think he should have went to a different team probably, but yeah.
So the Eagles traded with the Cowboys to jump over the Giants.
Oh wow, okay.
What for?
That's weird, given that. I doubt it's for a quarterback. Oh, it must be for the Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Either way, it's not going to affect us.
Well, I know I missed the show full time. I've been on the new group, so hopefully, football season can come sooner than later, right?
That's right.
God, yes. It seems forever. I'm ready to get back. You know.
Yeah.
But I think we all needed a break after that. You know, I think it's good every year after the season ends. We kind of just don't think about football,
decompress.
because then it comes back and we're pumped and hyped and everything, and that's how I'm feeling good now. Like I'm ready to go. So
Yeah. Really quick. I'm not gonna stay long, but thoughts on players not participating in what is it, OTAs, or is that a big deal, or?
It's a big
What do you
deal
guys
for
think?
young players. Absolutely.
Mm.
Veterans, it means absolutely nothing. But yeah. So.
But you think
it's a
we're
good way
gonna?
to evaluate.
Okay. But you think we're gonna actually have a preseason this year and training camps and all that?
If they have to pick, I think training camp is probably the most essential. But then preseason, at least one week, at least one preseason game. They have to
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah.
We saw some really bad football the first, if you remember, in September
I
last
do.
year.
I do. It
Really
was
bad
bad.
football.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, I'm sure that's how we got injured. Ugh.
It's just it's not good, man. And exactly, if you remember last May when the schedule came out, I picked the 49ers to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
And
I remember.
the reason I did that is because I saw absolutely no reason why they would be any different. I think a smash mouth, aggressive defensive run the clock team is valuable right now in today's NFL. You know?
And if there's
That
any
was you
team
guys.
that's designed, if there's any team designed to beat Brady's Buccaneers, it's what you just described.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what you guys were back in. I know, forget when you guys.
Our first dynasty was like that.
Yeah.
Yep. And I recognized it, and that's what I saw in San Francisco. I was like, there's no reason why these guys don't go back to the Super Bowl. Well, it's only 1 year removed, and they lost some people, but they've also added. So.
Oh yeah.
And I called it. Yeah, the Eagles drafted Devonta Smith.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, that's why they traded.
Again, he played college football with Jalen Hurts, the quarterback for the.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, I think it's smart to be doing this, though. You know, I think it's like the Dolphins did. I think it's clever to get guys who are familiar with each other. Connection is everything. Look at Tom. Okay, so Tom brought in Gronk and Antonio, two guys he played with, and of course he brought in Leonard Fournette. But Gronk and Antonio both had the receiving touchdowns in the Super Bowl. You know, there's that rapport there. So when it came to the Super Bowl, he relied on those guys. You know, so
cool.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you guys get what you want. I'm gonna keep watching the show. Let's go.
Right. Well, let me tell you this: if we don't get Mac Jones at 15, we probably try to somehow, I don't know, try to go after Jimmy. So we'll either try to trade for him, or if it's too high, because Belichick likes to pay very low prices. We'll wait for San Francisco to cut him, and then pick him up. But somehow we'll be coming after Jimmy if they don't draft Mac Jones. So
I believe it. I think Jimmy will succeed with you guys. Everyone, it's just too much hate on Jimmy, overhated.
Well, did you hear what I said at the beginning of the show? Did you catch the beginning when I talked about Jimmy and the 49ers?
A little bit of it, yeah. I was just watching.
I was making the parallel to like a general in the military at war.
Yes.
Like if you're a Roman soldier and back there your general is Julius Caesar. Yeah. Even if Julius Caesar doesn't even get off his horse, you're going to fight better. You're going to fight differently than some unknown general behind you. Even if they use the same tactics, the exact same tactics, you're going to fight better knowing that Caesar's back there, right?
That makes sense.
They believe Jimmy. It doesn't matter if Jimmy throws 3 touchdowns or 0 touchdowns. They believe him. They believe that he's there. They believe that, and that's it. So
that made a lot of sense with our run game and why he was criticized so much in our NFC Championship win against the Packers when all he did was hand off the ball. and then everyone's like, well, he has this many wins. We're like, oh well, it's you can't count his wins because this. I don't know, but what you said makes 100% sense. That they play better with him, and he may or may not be a factor, and I like that.
It's that one thing that we always talk about, and Brady's got that too. They're willing to die for Brady, dude.
Yeah,
Those guys are willing to die for him. They're not going to let anyone touch him. That's
definitely,
that's leadership right there, and they believe Jimmy's the real deal. So that's all that matters.
definitely, I believe it.
All right,
Yeah,
man. Cool. I'll let you
yeah.
go.
Thank
But
you so much. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Good luck to you guys.
yeah, good luck to you too. All right, talk to you later. Bye.
You too.
Okay, I don't know where Jared went, but I'll minimize that until he comes back. Wow. Okay. So we've got the Giants on the clock. Surely they're not going quarterback. Well, I guess they could if they're looking to if they just want to get draft capital or something. But oh no, they traded. That actually makes sense. The Bears. Sorry, Robert. Daniel. I was trying to call him by his last name. Uh, Daniel. The Bears just went up. They're going to take Justin Fields. So there it is. I'm calling it right now. Oh wait. However, it's Ryan Pace. He may just take a tight end that no one's ever heard of from like you know Walnut Ridge University or something, some random place that no one's ever. You never know. Let's see if Ryan Pace actually does something that makes sense. If he botches this, there's no way he doesn't get fired, right? I mean, he's got to be the worst GM in the NFL right now. We'll find out if he saves his job here in a few minutes. What do you think, Milani? Do you think Chicago Bears go quarterback again to replace Mitch Trubisky? Yes or no? No. You don't think they go quarterback? If he doesn't go quarterback, he's going to get fired, right? Okay. Chicago's going to pick a punter? Okay. I thought you said that. I'm like, wait, what? That's funny, actually. Mike Miller. Yeah. Mike says Chicago's going to pick a punter. Hell yeah. I just want to rewind back and tell Mr. A, thank you so much for your $100 super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Israel, for your $2 super chat. Thank you, Addie, for your $5. Thank you, John Thomas Chavez, for your $5. And Addie again for $2. Thank you. John again for $2. Um, thank you, all of you guys. It's so appreciated. You have no idea. And it's also very good for the algorithm. YouTube loves me when we get those things going. Memberships and super chats, no matter what, just the activity, they read the data by activity. The likes, click like, comments, all that is all good. It's feeding the algorithm. It tells the YouTube machine that VonAllen Sports is active, that it's got a community that really is passionate. So thank you guys so much. But yeah, there's no way Bears don't go Justin Fields or this guy's fired. So Ryan Pace has 1 year left on his contract along with Nagy. Yeah, They'll ditch him immediately, probably. Do the owners give them the leash to pick a quarterback? Yeah, I don't think they made this trade for anything but a quarterback. They'd be the laughing stock of the entire. I mean, they're already the laughing stock, but it'd be worse if they traded up just to take another position. So after getting rid of Mitchell Trubisky when that failed. So honestly, I think Mitchell Trubisky gets too much hate. I think that's an organizational failure more than Mitchell. Mitchell never should have been taken as high as he was. That wasn't fair to him. He could never live up to that. The Chicago Bears traded up to get Mitchell Trubisky at number 2, I believe. And he was never going to live up to that. He was never meant to be a number 2 pick. So he was set up for failure the moment he was chosen. My God, how far behind am I on this thing? Come on, ESPN, get your crap together. All right. The Bears go Justin Fields, like we were saying. No surprise. All right. So that only leaves the Cowboys. Cowboys, they just gave Dak all that money, so they're not going quarterback. LA Chargers, I think I think the Chargers have one of the best quarterback prospects we've seen since Andrew Luck, as far as potential. Yeah, yeah. I think Justin Herbert is that dude. So they got a good situation there. Did I lose you, buddy? You there?
I'm here.
Okay. So all right. So the Bears snuck in there and took Justin Fields. So the situation's not changed at all for us.
I'm wondering why they traded up. The Cowboys weren't going to draft him.
Because New England might have threatened that.
Yeah.
Or even Minnesota.
Yeah, that's the pick that's kind of a mystery still.
I don't think Minnesota's sold on Kirk Cousins. I just I see Kirk Cousins as a work for hire, like just a dude that shouldn't be giving these long term contracts. And I've heard a lot of bad things about him. So, do you have the show broadcasting right now? I can hear myself. Jared, you don't have it? No. I can hear myself coming back through. Do you have it on volume? Do you? No? How weird. Okay, whatever.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I had the app open. I didn't hear it though.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, see, I can hear myself. There's an echo. It's coming back through somehow. I don't know. I mean, if it doesn't bother anybody, it's fine, but oh yeah. I mean, I would assume Justin Fields is probably going to start.
And how's this?
Hey,
Sergio
so
Michael?
we've got Daniel in the chat here. He does not like Mac Jones. He said he'd rather have Micah Parsons than Mac Jones.
Micah Parsons.
I think that's the point. So,
Well, we'll see. It's Belichick. As soon as you think you know who he's going to draft, he picks a punter. Or he will probably trade down.
hmm. Sorry, Ozymandias. I got sidetracked apparently. He asked, a good question. Should the Texans take a quarterback considering Watson's situation?
Yeah, he's got some legal
Yeah,
issues.
yeah. I mean, at this point, it looks like he'll be out at least this year. The league will suspend him
Oh,
until
looks
it's
like the
all
Cowboys
sorted
drafted
out.
Micah Parsons.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, the Cowboys. Okay,
Yeah, the Cowboys.
never mind.
So just the Chargers and the Vikings. The interesting thing is, if Belichick thought this is the second coming of Brady, that we're going to have 2 championships under this new quarterback, he still wouldn't trade up one spot to get him.
I know. Bill, man. Bill, like, and I don't know. It'd be fun to play poker with him or something.
You know, regardless of what happens, I have to admire the fact that as crazy as this draft got early, with the 49ers trading up to number, was it 3? And then all the trades we've seen tonight, Belichick's just stayed cool. You know,
He's nothing. Like,
don't overpay. Just let the chips fall where they may, and we'll pick at 15.
well, that's exactly what it looks like he's doing.
You saw the article I sent today about
Which,
Jimmy G.
yeah. So they had an asking price, and he said, "Screw it. I'll wait for you to cut his ass."
That's the most Belichick philosophy ever.
Yeah, that's all right. So Cowboys, they've taken theirs. LA Chargers are not going quarterback. Justin Herbert. Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota is the wild card here because I just don't think they believe in Kirk Cousins.
So most teams would be talking to the Chargers right now to jump the Vikings, but Belichick is not most teams.
Even if Houston goes quarterback, they're going to have to do something major to get back into the first round. I'm not even sure how they lost their first rounder. Let me check.
You probably traded it away.
Oh, yeah. That was how it came through Miami. So San Francisco got it from Miami, and Miami got it from Houston.
I don't know that they have anybody to trade to get back into the first round. Not with Deshaun Watson and the legal trouble he's in.
O'Brien just completely obliterated that team. That dude is awesome. So
I don't know what they did to piss him off, but they did something.
But I'm telling you. So if he was like an operative, being sent. Okay, I'm saying if literally was sent to Houston just to destroy their franchise, That guy couldn't have done a better job than O'Brien did
Right.
to the Houston Texans. That's insane. Okay,
When he traded away arguably the best receiver in pro football to the Cardinals
for nothing.
for a running back who was good 3 years ago.
I can't stay on the field longer than a week. Um,
And he didn't even get a first round pick in the deal.
it was all so he didn't have to pay him.
Yeah. Yeah. That's-
That had to have been on purpose. You know what? If you're trying to get fired, so
Mhm.
okay, to get fired as a coach or a GM in the NFL is pretty good because they have to pay you your remainder of your contract. It's not like being a player. So if you
Right.
sign a 5-year, $10 million a year deal, like 50-year deal for $50 million, and they fire you after the first season, you get to be on vacation for 4 years and get paid $40 million. So maybe he was just wanting to get fired. You notice
Yeah,
we've not heard from him at all.
the richest coaches are the ones who get fired from multiple jobs.
Yeah, just bounce around and keep getting fired. That's awesome.
Yeah, he screwed over the Penn State because Penn State
Yep.
had the same coach for like 40 years.
Yeah.
He goes there for 1 year and throws the deuces to go to Houston. And then now he's going back to college to be the offensive coordinator for the Alabama.
Oh, so he is doing something now. So that's because Houston paid him already. He only had 1 year left on his
Right.
deal, I think. So yeah.
Yeah. So
But he
now
sat on his ass for one. Mike McCarthy did that too.
That's right. Yeah. So
See that, kids? Don't try to be the next quarterback of the NFL. Try to be a coach and get fired as much as
get
possible.
fired. That's right. Get fired, convince another team to hire you, and then get fired from that team.
What you do, here's the secret, guys. So you get your first head coaching gig, you get fired. Then you go to a good team with a great quarterback, be their coordinator, and for a few years, be a pretty good coordinator, make everybody think, oh, he would be a good head coach prospect again. Then you get the job back again. That's what you do. That's the secret right there. I mean, who has conned the NFL more than Chip Kelly and guys like that?
That's a great point. Yeah.
Okay, Chip Kelly is the man. This guy's a genius. So he gets the Eagles to give him all that money, and then they fire his ass, and then he goes to San Francisco. Hey, what is he doing now? He's back in the college, isn't he?
I have no idea. The guy's living the dream off the backs of the Eagles and the 49ers.
Pure genius, dude. Hey, Jake. Yeah. Addy Visorno.
Oh.
Addy's right. Sam Bradford is the quarterback version of that. So Sam
right.
Bradford is a genius. All right, this guy. Wow.
So Chip Kelly's back in college coaching UCLA.
Jesus Christ, he's probably making at least $5 million there.
Mm-hmm.
So he got paid tens of millions of dollars to go to the NFL, screw it up, and then he's right back into the position he was before.
And
That's
he made
perfect.
plenty of money at Oregon before he left.
War Dog
probably
just
has more
wrote.
money than Belichick.
War Dog just wrote something genius here. I don't know who you are, War Dog, but what you just wrote is completely accurate. He says, if I complete 50% of my passes for 2,500 yards and 3 picks, I can get $100 million.
Yep.
That is so true. Oh my God, that's true. Well said, War Dog. Oh, Ravens Ray Lewis, he joined. Thank you, man. We had 3
That's
new
awesome.
members tonight, Jared.
Fantastic, man.
I remember when Chip Kelly got hired in San Francisco after, making the Eagles a perennial loser.
Mm-hmm.
Conan O'Brien was telling jokes, and he said, the San Francisco 49ers got a new head coach, Chip Kelly. And they said, yes, we're really excited about his fast-paced style of losing.
He has a fast-paced style of losing.
Fast-paced style of losing
yeah.
instead of offense.
The Chargers just grabbed a tackle to protect.
Yeah, smart. That's very safe, very conservative. Offensive line, by the way, was their most needed anyway. But yeah, that's a. Wait, are the Chargers suddenly figured out how to be a pro team? I mean, is it? I
Well,
don't know.
they figured out how to screw over a city.
Oh, they're good at that.
Yeah.
What they did to San Diego was brilliant. But oh, Shockwave's here. What's up, Wes? Shockwave 79. That's my best friend from school. We've known each other since we were kids.
That's
He's a
awesome.
massive Packers fan, and his favorite guy is Brett Favre, of course. When we were growing up, Brett Favre was the man, and then he got to enjoy the transition from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. You just don't get that. Most fans do not get a transition like that for decades. It's but he says Green Bay is legendary at wasting quarterbacks' careers. I still can't figure out that weird era between like 1999 and 2005 or six of that block of time with Green Bay with Brett Favre, where it was just completely just like made no sense. Like 1 year Green Bay would be okay, and then the next year they'd be completely atrocious. And then they brought in that one guy, the head coach,
Mike Sherman.
Sherman, yeah. I was about to say Shields. I don't know why I should. Sherman. And boy, that guy sucked. Yeah, Wes. Last year, I don't know if you caught the show last year, the draft show, but we were freaking out when Green Bay took Jordan Love. We just couldn't believe it. Not only did you not get a wide receiver like Aaron was asking for, but you took a quarterback. I mean, if I was Aaron Rodgers, I would have probably shown up at Lambeau Field with a gun and we all psychotic on them. Anyway, yeah, he's just paying them one back right now. But Wes, have no fear. Aaron Rodgers is not leaving your team. This is a muscle flex to get a wide receiver. The Green Bay Packers would have to be completely, massively idiotic to trade Aaron Rodgers. All right. I just don't see a situation
to
where
trade the reigning MVP. I can't imagine that's ever happened before.
No.
So who are the Vikings supposed to pick? What's the expectation there?
The only thing I heard from the Vikings was offensive line and defense or safety, like defensive back. Yeah. That's the main things I've heard. I don't think anybody's mentioned quarterback, but I was just saying because of I don't think they anticipated a good quarterback being there, that they might change their mind.
No. Or 14. Yeah.
But Kirk Cousins makes a lot of money, guys, and he's not done anything for them. Listen, it's not made a difference. So they need to change their philosophy in some form or fashion. He's always got stats. Kirk Cousins has always got stats, but it never amounts to anything.
You saying he's a stat whore?
Oh, he is a stat. Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's a stat whore. Yeah. The only difference is he didn't have Sean Payton. Ooh. Anyway. Yeah, Shockwave says, yeah, it's like they did Favre and not getting Moss in 06. Absolutely. Favre was pissed about that. Favre asked for Moss twice. So he asked for Moss in the draft in 98. I remember that was a big deal. That was all over the place. Like, Brett Favre was begging for him. I get it. You know, Brett saw, Sterling Sharp. If Sterling Sharp's career didn't end, he would be in the Hall of Fame right now. I don't know if a lot of you guys remember Sterling Sharp. It's Shannon Sharp's brother. But Sterling Sharp
this is
is one of the best players I've ever seen at wide receiver.
this is
It's
not
just
hyperbole. He would have been pushing Jerry Rice on records, especially with Brett Favre throwing on the ball.
yep, he was phenomenal. Imagine Sterling Sharp being around for all those MVPs that Brett Favre had.
Mm-hmm. He was throwing to Antonio Freeman. Nothing against Antonio Freeman, but guy's not exactly a Hall of Fame caliber talent.
And yeah, and even Andre Rison, who was dealing with the fact that his girlfriend burned his house down.
Right, and
Remember
that
that?
was at the tail end of Rison's career.
And he was already kind of, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I remember, Sterling Sharp was one of my favorite players, and I wasn't even a Packers fan, but I just liked him. I thought he was awesome, and imagine him going through the '90s like that. But
Yeah, absolutely.
but Randy
I'm
Moss
very
could have
anxious right now.
fit that in. He could have been for Brett in '98, and then he was disgruntled for the Raiders in between '06 and '07, as we all know. We got him for nothing. Are you telling me that Green Bay weren't willing to pony up anything better than what we gave up? What did we give up anyway? It's like a 5th rounder or something, right? Or it was something really just nothing. And a bag of
I'm sure
Doritos.
Mr. A would know.
Yeah. It's like a bag of Doritos or something. So the Packers weren't willing to give up, a tube steak. So for Randy Moss, as where we paid some Doritos.
Did you just say tube steak live on air? Brett Favre has sent some of those around on text messages.
Yeah. Hey, nobody texts tube steak better than Brett Favre. I think it's awesome. By the way, Brett Favre is tearing it up right now in the media. Like he's got a show now.
The
he's
Jets
awesome.
just traded up.
Well, it's not quarterback.
Yeah, they just.
With who?
So
the Vikings, obviously, but it has to be the Vikings. No way.
You're not going to draft 2 quarterbacks in the first round, are you?
No. They want to ruin 2 quarterback careers? They want to ruin 2 quarterbacks' careers?
It's the Jets.
All right.
If there's an organization that would draft 2 quarterbacks in the first round, it would be the Jets.
Keep in mind, guys, this is the team that took Kyle Brady in the first round. So let's find out what's going to happen.
They took Mark Sanchez in the first round.
They took Ken O'Brien instead of Dan Marino. So let's all watch this. The New Jersey butt fumbles.
So who do the Jets think the Patriots are drafting if they jump the Patriots?
Dude, what if this is a total cock block for the Patriots? Just out of a total spite. Like, it has no strategical value at all. This is just them being a total jerk. Wow. You know what? The Jets-Patriots thing is just it's so personal.
Growing up in Texas, the Redskins and Cowboys rivalry was huge in the 90s, especially 70s. Like, biggest rivalry in football back then. And then for a long time, people talked about the Steelers and Ravens rivalry. But the Jets and Patriots rivalry is just petty on both sides.
Yeah. It's not a competitive rivalry, by the way. Any of you guys out there who's not Patriots fan, I got to tell you, the competitive thing between the Jets and the Patriots has nothing to do with good or bad or play on the field. It is completely personal. It's personal bullshit. It's petty. Even for me, it's petty.
No, absolutely.
The Jets have no threat to us. I just don't like them.
And I'm sure if I grew up in New England or if I grew up in New York and I was a Jets fan, God forbid. I know there are some people in New York like Shaq who is a Patriots fan, but
He's smart. That's why.
even if I grew up in the area, I don't know that the rivalry became a huge big deal until Bill Parcells and the grocery shopping list. It feels like from that point on, it's just been pettiness on both sides.
Yeah. So it says the pick is in, but I might be a little behind here. I would assume they're probably going offensive line.
Yep.
Just to protect the new
Offensive
guy that they
line,
just took.
Elijah. I think that's how you said it.
Elijah Vera Tucker.
ALIJAH. Vera. Yeah. Well,
They traded up for that?
they traded up for that.
That's strange.
So
We're on the clock, guys. Let's do it.
we're on the clock. I'm very anxious. I'm very nervous about this pick because the Patriots. One time, I thought the Patriots were going to draft somebody that they actually drafted, and that was Dante Hightower, and that was a tease because they had already drafted in the first round
Chandler
and they
Jones.
drafted. So I was all bummed because I really thought that Dante Hightower would be a great fit for the Patriots. So when the Patriots traded back up into the first round, I was excited. That was the last time I predicted correctly the Patriots draft right.
I've never predicted a Patriots first rounder correctly. Never. I've never got it right ever. It's just impossible, almost.
Yeah. So my prediction, as you said before, for a long time has been Mac Jones, but
I love it. I love
Is
it.
that Donnie?
No, that's Daniel Roberts.
That's Daniel. Oh, okay.
So $5 super chat from Daniel. He says Pats versus Jets is as much of a rivalry as an F-22 Raptor is rivaled by a folded piece of paper. Damn, I don't even think I would have been that harsh. That's harsh.
I mean,
That's awful.
I would have said at least a paper airplane.
Yeah, not even a paper airplane, just a folded piece of paper. That's bad, dude. That's bad. That's terrible. Do you know when at the beginning of the show when I had to write technical difficulties, I almost wrote testicle difficulties.
Well,
but then everyone was going to think
problems.
that I've got tube steak problems. Yeah. So I didn't mean to say tube steak. I didn't mean to say tube steak. I meant to say some other kind of steak. I don't know why I said tube steak.
Oh.
Wow. You see, guys, I'm out of practice on this show. I'm just completely out of my mind. All right.
It's been how, but you
Tiffany,
have some.
Tiffany said she left and she came back. What happened? Well, the Patriots pick is in, and we're hoping something interesting happens here. Here we go. Michael Swanger says the pick is in. Let's go. Anything to not have to watch Cam Newton throw the ball in the dirt again. It doesn't matter that we don't have receivers if you can't throw the ball to them. Is it? Is it for real?
Yes, it's for real.
We won! We won! We did it!
Massive shout out to Bill Belichick. With all the craziness going on, all the rumors floating out there, he waited. He didn't overpay, and that's why Belichick is Bill Belichick.
Oh, we have a quarterback. No more balls into the dirt, baby. Boom.
And they did quite a bit this offseason to pick up some weapons. And in the chats all summer, we've been like, why are we getting all these receivers for Cam?
Yeah. And then Stidham had been like working out with him and stuff.
Right. And you know the numbers from Mac Jones last season as starting quarterback. The guy had 41 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions.
Yeah. But
Obviously,
but even that, I'm more impressed by his mannerism, his
right.
attention to details, his reactions, and things like that. The mental aspect. It's why I was so high on Russell Wilson in 2012. When
Yeah.
I saw Russell Wilson on Gruden's quarterback camp, and I was just like, this guy is fearless. Like you can tell, he's not even worried or at all. He just seemed so comfortable in everything he was asked, everything he did. And I was just, this guy's a good dude. He's going to be pretty good. So that's everything for me. It's the interview.
There's 2 things that excite me about Mac Jones. One is his release. There's no wasted motion. It's quick. It's back throw. The ball doesn't hang out behind him, which defensive linemen love because it's an easy strip sack.
Right.
But it's back and gone, which is very similar to Brady. And I hate to compare him to Brady because nobody compares to Tom Brady, especially as a rookie.
Right. Well, you're not saying he's going to be Tom Brady. You're just saying the attributes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but the other thing I like about him, and this is an attribute that both Montana and Brady shared, he went to Alabama as a very well. Brady probably wasn't a heralded high school recruit, but he went to Alabama as a heralded high school recruit with scholarship offers from all over the country. Right. He chose Alabama, and he sat behind Jalen Hurts and he sat behind Tua, and he didn't transfer. And Montana did the same thing at Notre Dame, and Brady did the same thing at Michigan. So he's got a commitment to and a belief in himself that
and to stick it out.
Pay dividends. Yeah.
I'm surprised that Tom didn't leave Michigan. Because when you find out more about the story and everything, he was very unhappy and he had proven himself. I'm sure there are other teams that would have taken him. So.
Absolutely, he was a quarterback who fought a battle against Brian Greasy and really won that job, but Lloyd Carr, the head coach at Michigan, said no. Brian's our guy because he's the senior. And then they get Mr. Michigan to come in. Chad, I don't even remember. It's not Chad Henne, but Chad Hutchinson. Is that him? No, whoever the quarterback was.
Here he comes.
Came in and.
I might be behind, but I'm watching him come out on stage. He looks happy. I would be too. If I was Trevor Lawrence, I'd be pissed right now. I said, man, if I was Trevor Lawrence, I would have posted some like really crazy, insane stuff on Twitter every single day for the last few weeks. Just a bunch of random weird stuff to try to drop.
Hey, but you got to be excited for Trevor Lawrence that he has the opportunity to throw the football to Tim Tebow.
The legend.
The legend,
man.
The Heisman Trophy winner. The man who won a national championship.
Oh, we have some more super chats. Daniel sends another $5. Thanks, Daniel. He says, before I leave to go to sleep, yeah, that's right. It's a weeknight. Draft should be on the weekend, dude. Anyway, um, he says, before I leave to go to sleep, I must now discard my misgivings. Tear it up, Mac. Prove me wrong. Let's go. That's
Let's
right, Daniel.
go.
I like it. I like it. No, you got to be true to what you believed in. You didn't believe in Mac, but now it's done, and so doubting him doesn't do any good. So it's like when last year when we got Cam, we all knew it was kind of a stretch, but we had no choice. It's like, okay, so what are you
Right.
going to hope he sucks? That means we suck. You
Yeah.
got to go with it. That's the deal. So
But I'm glad that Cam's there because that means Mac Jones is not guaranteed the starting position.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. We don't want Mac thinking it's his. I don't want this. I'm a first rounder.
Right.
I'm coming in. I'm badass. No. Hang on. That just a second there. So yeah. If it okay, this might be. This is of course a stretch, but let's just. Jesus Christ, whose family is that with all those chicks? Anyway, um, good genetics in that family apparently. Actually, I think that's Mac Jones's family.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of sisters, just like
Wow.
Tom Brady.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, let's go the other end of this and say, what if Mac Jones pushes Cam to be
Yeah.
old Cam? All right. So what if Cam is 2015 Cam, 2018 Cam, before he got injured? So I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, guys. Please don't quote me on that. I'm just saying that we have to look at all of the possible outcomes here. That could be one as well. I don't think it's likely, but I'm just saying you never know. Besides, we're paying Cam peanuts. We're not even paying Cam a tube steak. We're paying him like sour cream and onion Lay's potato chips. So,
Yeah.
John Thomas Chavez sends a $2 super chat. He says, "Let's go. Jones will be great for us. Great pick. I love it. I love it. Now I'm pumped. Man, last year as a Patriots fan was just very depressing, and now I'm excited."
Yep. So now the question is going to be when Brady brings the Buccaneers into Foxborough, is it going to be against Cam or Mac?
Are these people working out, or are these people having sex? Oh, that's definitely people having sex. Nope. That's a guy doing a butterfly press. Okay, when we were in high school, this Adam Sandler was a big deal, and we always ever.
Yes,
Do
he
you remember
was.
that? They're all gonna laugh at you.
Oh, yeah.
They're all gonna
Oh,
laugh
yeah.
at you. No, they're all gonna laugh at you. I have that memorized. And when you said Cam Newton or Mac Jones, and I'm like, are these people working out or are they people having sex? All right, I promise I'm not drunk, guys. Anyway, Christian Harper sends a $2 super chat. He says that pick is why the Bears. Fields equal trash. Wow, that's a big statement. You think Fields is trash?
Well, it took away the decision for the Patriots.
Yeah. Now it's actually kind of a good thing, Christian, because the Patriots can't be second guessed now.
Mhm.
So let's say Justin Fields is still on the board. Now all we are going to hear is, oh, they should have taken Justin Fields, blah 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 blah, this and that. Now we don't have to listen to that. It's a very obvious pick. So anyway, so we have the Cardinals up next. Cardinals, their offense is so stacked. I assume they'd go defense, right? So really no
No,
point.
they'll draft. It's Cliff Kingsbury. They'll draft a wide receiver.
Another one. By the way, what's going on with Larry?
I guess he's going to
What's the deal?
retire.
Like,
He's
okay.
a free agent. He's not. That's that's bizarre to me that he hasn't signed a contract yet.
Wow,
The
Wes, that's an amazing statement. I just saw two big hairy bikers in the woods off of Interstate 9 having sex. That sounds like Arkansas to me. Boy, I miss home. Ozymandias asked me a question. He says, VA, um, what if Bill Belichick does trade Cam for Jimmy G and it's Brady versus Jimmy? I don't think that's possible now because now that Bill's got a quarterback, he won't trade for Jimmy. Uh, he might sign Jimmy if he's cut though, and
Right. I
then
would
he
love
would,
to see.
yeah.
I would love to see Jimmy G, Mac Jones, and Jarrett all competing for the starting job. You know, I don't want somebody to be promised the position before everybody's evaluated.
Well, see, here's the situation they're in now. Right now, the Patriots have three quarterbacks. Two of them are pocket passers, and one of them
Mm-hmm.
isn't. So Cam is now the odd man out. And if you remember when Tom had two backups, it was Jimmy Garoppolo and um, um,
Jacoby Brissett.
Jacoby Brissett, and they all had this similar playing style. It was about
Mm-hmm.
reading defenses. They all three were kind of a similar quarterback. People always thought
Right.
that Jacoby Brissett was like a running quarterback. I have no idea why. That was not his game at all.
No, he was not. He never was.
Jacoby is a pocket
And I think
quarterback.
Jimmy was actually a bigger runner than Jacoby.
Probably, yeah, probably, yeah, exactly. So all three of our quarterbacks were the same type.
Right.
So that leaves Cam out.
And I would honestly love
So
to see who's the Colts quarterback. It's
the
Carson Wentz.
well, we assume it's going to be him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give
I,
him the
I
job,
would
but
love
yeah.
I would love to see Cam traded to Indianapolis for Jacoby Brissett and something else.
Oh, I'd take that in a
But
second. Are you kidding me?
yeah,
Hell yeah.
bring in Jacoby to compete. That guy has a great football mind.
Yep. People don't understand Jacoby in his situation. He was probably never really meant to do a whole lot, and he did do well, I think, for the Colts. And by the way, let's not forget that Jacoby Brissett beat the Mahomes' Kansas City Chiefs on national television.
That's right.
Let's all remember that. Remember, the Chiefs have not lost very many games, guys. Since Mahomes has started, the Chiefs have probably lost 4, 5, 6 games the most in 3 seasons.
Yeah, he
Where
is a winner.
Mahomes was the starter. Yeah.
So this is always one of the most interesting teams to watch. The Raiders are always interesting by themselves, but it's always interesting to see what John Gruden does with his draft picks.
Ravens 52 Ray Lewis since the $2 super chat says I've been trying to call in but it won't work. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Okay, so we don't use Skype anymore. Is that what you're trying to use? So you just signed up for the membership. Okay, so on YouTube in the community section, there's a members only chat thing there, and there's a link. But and that you click on that link, and then it will connect you to me directly. No. Is there a more entitled quarterback than A.A. Ron? Yeah, he's got 3 MVPs now, so I guess he has
Well,
a right to be.
I would argue that John Elway was back in the day.
Yeah.
And of course, there's Eli.
So I don't have any volume. Anybody know what Mac Jones said about being drafted to the Pats? Have they interviewed him yet?
I don't know, but the Raiders made a good choice. Have you seen that come through?
Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Derek Carr. Why move off? Why move off from Derek Carr? So,
Right.
yep, I like that. But like you
Well, the
said,
Dolphins are that good.
Bill didn't have to do anything to move in the draft. He didn't have to pay up anything at all, and he got his guy. He got his
Right.
Nick Saban guy. Didn't even have to move. Wow. This may be Bill's finally his first round offensive player that is gonna hit. Now, when it comes to
I hope
defense,
so.
I don't question Bill on defense.
Right.
If Bill's taking a defensive guy in the first round, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. So I learned my lesson when I disagreed with Devin McCourty, and I thought I was right. I thought I
Yeah.
was a genius because Devin was struggling a little bit on cornerback. Now he did do good his first year, but then he became a major liability after that on big plays when quarterbacks would target him. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
It was like kind of rough. But then Bill switched him, and
Yeah,
that
he seemed
changed
to be boom
everything.
or bust at corner.
It changed every. Yeah, it was all or nothing. Exactly. So
Because he could get a lot of interceptions, but he could also get burned.
I was. It was frustrating. You know, it was very frustrating, especially in 2011. It's. I was just God. It was infuriating. But they moved him to safety, and he's been one of the best safeties in the league since then. So. So with defense, of course, I loved his pick of Chandler Jones. I was big on that. Now I was big on that because I knew his brothers. So
Sure.
I knew that his brother was John Jones, who's my favorite UFC fighter. But his brother also was Arthur Jones for the Ravens. So it was like, this is a good pedigree. This is a good family. They seem to have that it factor. So
And Belichick loves those kinds of players that have relatives who are athletes, or especially if they have NFL
yeah,
pedigree.
yep. Imagine being the Joneses' parents. Okay, think about this. You've got three boys. Okay, the oldest
Mm-hmm.
wins the Super Bowl ring with the Baltimore Ravens. The middle one is the greatest UFC fighter in mixed martial arts history, and the youngest has a Super Bowl ring with the Patriots and is one of the best at his position in the NFL. That's
And
pretty damn awesome.
arguably, the Patriots didn't even use him correctly because he was a down lineman with the Patriots, and
Yeah,
now he's an outside
exactly.
linebacker with the Cardinals.
And Dante Hightower was a good pick, of course. And I wasn't against him or anything. I just didn't know a lot about him. All I knew is that he was
He's
a Crimson Tide guy, and I thought, okay,
mhm,
so cool. That was it. I didn't know much about Hightower.
yeah,
So it's ironic. It's funny though because Hightower is my favorite defensive player. You know, so
he's so good. We always talk about the boogeyman defense that
mhm.
the Patriots had. I think
Yeah,
he was the boogeyman.
yeah. He is. The defense always has a quote unquote quarterback of the defense,
Mm-hmm.
and he's our guy. You know, if he plays in
Right.
2017, we win the Super Bowl against the Eagles.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
he would have told those guys, "What are you doing? You know,
Mm-hmm.
get your crap together. Stop whining. Stop. You know." He would
Yeah.
have had those guys ready to go. So
And everybody second guesses in retrospect now. I just lost his name. The coach for the Seahawks.
Pete Carroll.
Yeah, for throwing that pass, but he had just run the ball, and Marshawn Lynch should have scored a touchdown, except for Hightower, who Dante just came in and busted him up.
Okay. Well, see that's the problem with a lot of um, fan analysis
Mhm.
is that they don't look at normal chain of events. Okay, it's like
Right.
a while ago when I was talking about the Falcons thing. The Falcons can really only be blamed for one bad call on first down, and everything that happened from that is kind of as a result of that. But people say, "Oh, they
Right.
called 4 bad plays in a row or 3 bad plays in a row." No, they didn't. The first one was the bad one, but everything else after that was something that they couldn't do anything other than they did. Going back to passing, throwing on third down, they had no choice. They had to.
When you get
People don't realize
behind,
that. Yeah. So with the Seahawks situation, if you look at this chain of events and what their thinking was, it made sense. If Malcolm Butler doesn't pick that ball off, if Russell throws that ball a little more accurately, the Seahawks are winning the Super Bowl, and Russell Wilson gets the MVP for that throw. It's a completely different situation. But the actual thought
that's
process
right.
of that setup isn't that crazy. I don't understand why people don't get this. They
I agree
keep
with you.
talking about it, and it's like, listen, man, they did run it on first down. They did everything by the book. First down, gives it to Marshawn Lynch. Dante Hightower tripped them and stopped them. Second down, they were aware of their timeout situation, so they knew they could get more downs by throwing the ball at least once. So throwing the ball usually at the 1 yard line would either mean touchdown or incompletion. Stop the clock. You don't think that there's going to be a pick there. Nobody does. Okay? So that would have given them a third down to run it again. Okay? And the clock stopped. It makes sense. Would I have done that? Probably not. I probably would have taken the safe way out. Probably would have ran Marshawn on second down. Okay? Honestly. But
Right.
what they did is not crazy, though. You can see the logic behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, Malcolm Butler just made a God level play. Let's be honest here. The dude read it from the very
That's
beginning.
yeah.
So there's Elliot.
What he did was spectacular.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Sorry you're having problems there.
I am a United States sailor.
Really? It's official. Where are you at?
Yeah,
Are you in
I'm in
Illinois?
Virginia.
Oh, Virginia.
No,
Okay.
I'm in Virginia at A school, learning how to cook, basically.
So Elliot, well, you went to the Navy. Did they send you to? They sent you to Great Lakes first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I come from a Navy
What?
family.
I wonder why
So
this camera is moving so slow.
it's some weird connection going on with you. It's kind of like
Oh,
you're moving like
can you
this.
still
Like,
hear me? You can.
yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Anyway, yeah, I was in Great Lakes for a while.
So how do you like it?
How
do you like the Navy?
How do I like the Navy? It's pretty all right. You mean you wake up earlier than you normally do in the civilian world, but it's whatever.
Sure. Any word on if you're going to get to an aircraft carrier or anything?
No, I haven't gone over my orders yet.
Try to do that. My dad was on Saratoga, and he said it's like being on
Oh.
vacation. It doesn't even feel like work. Like you're on an aircraft carrier. He saw Rome, Athens. I mean, you go all over the world. It's cool. So try to get on an aircraft carrier if you can. Like ask for that. So that is if you want to see the world. If you like traveling and stuff.
All right.
It's like a free vacation kind of. If you got to work, you might as well work while you're seeing the world, right? So it's same difference, you know. And you get to watch the planes and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. You see all the new equipment. So
I was stuck over there for a while because I almost it's a long story, but long story short, I had to pass some kind of physical test, and I had to use an exercise bike instead of doing a 1.5-mile run. But I passed, and I graduated last week, so you know. Just some stuff I
Awesome,
need to
dude.
work on. Just some physical stuff like push-ups I need to work on. The run. I got my run time. I started off when I first got here. I absolutely sucked at running my mile and a half. I ran it in like 18 minutes. I shaved that down to 13 minutes over time. So
Nice.
it's just
Well,
just a
I think it's
situation I
awesome.
got caught up in while I was there.
We love military here, so very proud of you. Happy for you
Oh,
too.
do you now?
Oh yeah, yeah. I come from a
Thanks.
long Navy family. Jared is a
Oh, really?
long
And a
military family.
long Army
Yeah.
family.
So
Yeah, my mom and dad were in the Navy, so that's why I decided to do this.
Okay.
so we have Arizona Cardinals going linebacker. Then we had Las Vegas Raiders going Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle, another Crimson Tide off the board. Miami Dolphins goes Jalen Phillips, edge rusher from Miami. Not Ben Roethlisberger's Miami, Ohio, but Miami, the Hurricanes. Um, and the DC Criminals take Jamin Davis, linebacker, Kentucky.
You still calling them
So,
the DC Criminals?
hey, all I know is that when Congress gets together, is there more criminals in one building than that place? So I just, it's perfect, doesn't
Well,
it fit?
I can't talk
So
bad about them because I'm working for them now. So I'm working
no,
for the
no, no,
government. So
no, no, no. You're working for us.
that's
You're
true.
you're not you're not working for them. They work for us. So
Yes, right.
screw them. So
Sorry, my roommate is making noodles, and it actually smells really good right now.
all right,
Sure.
Giants are on the clock. My God, this just me or is this first round moving very fast?
Hmm.
It is now that Mac Jones has been
What
drafted.
I wonder how the hell we got the very last pick at the end of the draft. I'm just like, what in the world happened? I thought we had a higher draft pick.
You,
Whatever.
you made a deal with Kansas City and
Oh
got
yeah, that's right.
yeah, Kansas City is because they were in the Super Bowl, so they're 31st, and they wanted to go up, so the Baltimore traded.
Hmm.
But I don't know where Kansas City
So
went, so I can't
So
find them.
I heard I didn't have my phone with me, but I heard that Kansas City had it pretty rough in the Super Bowl.
Oh, you didn't watch it?
I didn't watch it, but I didn't watch the entire game. But we have these guys called recruit division commanders
Uh huh.
at RDC, and one of mine, he was really chill guy. He caught COVID like week 5. He caught COVID week 5 when I was there. I was like super disappointed. All of us in the division, we really liked him, but
Hmm.
he told us that the Buccaneers blew out the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and I
It
was
was
like,
brutal.
"Oh, you gotta be kidding me!"
It was brutal.
No, no. What surprised me the most about their playoff run is the Saints. That was I jumped to that game almost immediately. And I
That's
watched that, and as soon as I saw that, I was
right.
like, "Holy smokes! I don't believe it. They beat the
That
Saints.
right.
They
That's
beat
the
the
one
team that blew them
where
out twice."
that's the one where we all said
Jared Cook fumbled.
If they beat the Saints, then the rest is
They
all
gonna
up for
win the
grabs.
Super Bowl.
So like that was the one we all thought was going to be the end of the road. So
Yeah, I thought they were gonna. I thought the same thing was gonna happen that happened the last time they played the Saints. I'm not gonna lie.
everybody, we all thought that. I didn't think they were going to get destroyed, but I did not think. I thought that Sean Payton and he embarrassed the Buccaneers twice, and I
I
didn't
don't
see
like
any
thinking
reason.
about that.
So yeah,
I don't like thinking about that last game. I don't like thinking about that last Saints game. That last Saints game is too much to go through.
so what do you want your Ravens to pick? What are you wanting?
Uh, some receivers.
Okay,
We need receivers.
I agree.
Yeah, we need that. It's like one of our. I think it's like that should be our primary focus because I like Lamar Jackson. He's. He thinks he's this bad passer when the dude had like 38 something touchdowns in his MVP season, and not all of them were running touchdowns. So we just need receivers. That's like our main concern right now.
Yeah. Yep. I absolutely agree. So we've got
No,
the
yeah,
Giants.
and honestly, I think we're good without. Well, we're good without receivers for now. I think you guys need receivers more than we do.
Yeah.
Speaking
And
of which,
we
speaking of
yeah.
speaking of which, isn't Julio Jones on the block or something?
Not anymore, I don't think.
That's the rumor.
I've heard that, but now that they went tight end, I think they're staying put. I think they're going to try to make a run on with a stacked offense. So
Oh,
I
they
don't
got
think
a
they're going to
stacked
go
They
too
got to
offense
crazy.
keep
now.
up
Are
with
you
the
serious?
Buccaneers.
I didn't even. Oh, they're trying to keep up with the. Speaking of the Buccaneers,
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Antonio Brown re-signed with the Bucks. I get to see him play. We get to see him play for a full season now. It's been a long time since we saw the Antonio Brown of old. I hope we get to see that this season. So
I don't see why not.
because bad last,
Uh,
he
both,
wasn't that
so
bad last year.
no. But let's point out two things. First of all, the only people who scored for the Bucks in the Super Bowl were guys that Tom Brady brought. So that's number one. It was
I
Fournette,
think that's
Gronk,
I think it's
and
kind of
Antonio
funny.
Brown.
Everybody he brought in Fournette, everybody he brought in on the offensive side scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. That's crazy.
Yep. And number two, let's just point out again that Jared, you got Mac Jones completely correct from the day the season ended. Now, you're the one that pointed me towards Mac Jones. You remember we were having that conversation on Signal, and you said, "Aaron, check out this guy, Mac Jones. Go on YouTube," and you sent me all those videos of him. And that was it feels like an eternity ago. But you called it. You said he needs to be in New England, and I agreed with you. I've made fun of his weight, but that can be fixed. So, but you did call it. You
Yeah.
said that we were going to
So
go
did you
Mac
Did
Jones.
you
guys
see the
So
picture?
actually pick Mac Jones?
yeah,
The Patriots actually pick Mac Jones.
yes, at 15.
Oh, thank goodness. Is he a good quarterback at least? Is he good? Is he any good? Because
Oh
I
yeah,
haven't seen
yeah.
He
much of
took
him.
he won the national championship.
He won the national championship. Good. It's not Trevor Lawrence, but it'll do.
Right.
What do you think about Trevor Lawrence going to the Jaguars with Urban Meyer?
Not much.
He's
No.
got Tim Tebow to throw to.
I just think Jaguars are one of those organizations like the Bengals and the Lions that are just never going to amount to anything. It's a problem that starts at the top and it just filters down. It's just
Mm-hmm.
who they are. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
would like.
see, the Jaguars have been. It was 3 years ago, but the Jaguars have been good in recent memory, at least.
That was a freak. That was a freak occurrence. It was like somebody always has a year where they're just really good, and everyone's like, "What the hell's happening here?" You know. So that was their thing.
Yeah,
So
I think like like it might need a better front office, but I think
yeah.
the
I think
Jaguars are trying to
30
do what the
teams in the
Bills are doing
NFL.
right now.
Keep in mind, when they had that run that you're talking about, where they were pretty good for about 2 years at the most. It was 2 years, maybe a year and a half. They were pretty good. That was Tom
Mm.
Coughlin. So
Oh, that
he's not
wasn't just
there.
not anymore.
Yeah.
Anymore?
So that
He's
was
not there
that was
anymore?
no. But that was Coughlin running things. So see, that's what happens when you have, but
A good
the
front office.
ownership and all them didn't want to give him complete control and
I like.
over everything.
I'm not gonna
So
lie. I'm not gonna lie. I really like Tom Coughlin. He can be a bit of a jerk, but I like him.
the dude wins. He wins Super Bowls. He's got 2 rings.
Exactly. He won. He won a Super Bowl with a 10-6 and 9-17. I can't say
That's
nothing.
true.
and went on the road in '07.
You know,
Four road games all the way, and beat Brett Favre in Lambeau Field, which is,
and
you
beat
know,
the undefeated Patriots, but we don't like to talk about
yeah.
that now, do we?
No. We don't mention that part. He beat Brett Favre.
Yeah, we don't.
That's
Yeah,
Brett
don't
Favre.
forget
that's
Tony
a
Romo. Don't forget Tony Romo. Don't forget Tony Romo either.
yeah.
I thought the
All right.
Cowboys were better than the Packers that year.
They were. The Cowboys was the best NFC team that year in '07. It
Yeah.
absolutely should have been Patriots versus Cowboys. I mean, that after they played each other in like week 6 or
Yeah,
7,
but that would
whatever it
have
was.
been too easy.
So
Y'all
that would have been,
made that first game. Y'all made that first game against the Cowboys look too easy. Wes Welker
really.
was going everywhere.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
Cowboys
y'all
no,
destroyed them.
no, the Cowboys took the lead. They took
Oh,
the lead.
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Now I remember.
and then but then the fourth quarter, and then the Patriots took off with it, and that but
Uh-huh.
that game was a good game for a while. So
Yeah, that's right. Y'all made it look. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all made it
made it
look easy.
made it look easy. Like that pass to Dante Stallworth to put the game away. That
Yeah,
looked too easy. It looked too easy. It was
yeah.
like, damn, dude,
Wes Welker
damn.
hung. Wes Welker hung like 100 and something yards on him.
Hmm. Yeah, that
And there's
the
this
Cowboys.
wasn't there like this big thing with Randy Moss and Terrell Owens, and that's why they hyped it up because they were both on different teams and they were both wearing 81 stuff like that. I like that kind of storyline
Yeah,
because they're both feature Hall of Famers on these powerhouse teams. Um, they're both having similar years. Randy Moss had the better year in my opinion. But with that being said, I'll give Terrell Owens credit. He averaged more yards per catch than Randy Moss that year. He didn't catch nearly as many touchdowns, but he did go for a lot more yards after catch. Terrell Owens is this big was this like big. He may not be as fast as Randy Moss, but he's one of the most physical wide receivers I've ever seen in my
well,
life.
they're different. They're
He
different
would
players.
yeah.
He's the prototype
To's whole
possession
thing is,
receiver.
yeah. Terrell Owens is a yak guy. So you give him the ball, you place that ball correctly, he's going to double whatever he did.
Mhm.
He's going to take those air yards and do as much in
Do
running
more with it.
after the
Randy
catch.
Moss, on the other hand,
Randy will just he'll get all of them
You
at
just
once.
chuck it up.
Yes.
Yeah, he just goes for it all at once. As soon as he's running down the field, he outran. I saw a video where like it was the very first game of the 2007 season where he outran like 3 guys around him.
Yep. So they're different players, But man, '07 was so
Mm-hmm.
fun, and it wasn't just the undefeated thing. It was when Owens put in his locker, and he said, I know you have questions about this
The
81, about the other
the
81,
81,
the original 81, about the
but
other
the
81.
81, yeah,
Yeah, and
he'll
we all thought,
answer those questions after the post game.
yeah, and we all thought that if this is a Super Bowl preview, that would be it was just
Yeah,
fun. The Cowboys are a team that everyone either hates or loves, and so is the Patriots.
yeah, and so
So
are the
it would have
Patriots.
been, dude, that Super Bowl would have broken every single record that has ever happened. The
And then the
ratings for
Giants
that,
had to ruin it for everybody. Ruin everybody's fun.
yeah, because the second highest rated Super Bowl would have been Brett Favre versus Tom Brady. That would have
Yeah.
been epic. But instead we got
Yeah,
we got
yeah, and then all of a sudden, here comes this no-name
mouth
kid
breather.
who's Peyton Manning's brother, and then all of a sudden he's like, either really good or his defense is making him look really good.
Eli Manning.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
Jared's a big fan of Eli Manning. He even
Yeah,
has
I'm
Eli
not
Manning
really?
going to
underwear.
comment on that one.
Yeah, he has Eli Manning underwear. So
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
no.
No,
Oh, no.
I'm not going to
I
comment on Eli.
respect Eli Manning. I'm not gonna lie.
I
I
don't.
respect his career. He had not necessarily. He's borderline Hall of Fame in
No,
my opinion.
I'm laughing at Jared, not you, Elliot. Jared hates
I
Eli.
know. I know.
Jared hates Eli.
I don't hate Eli. I just
Yeah, you do.
despise him with every fiber of my
Yeah.
being.
I don't.
I had
I don't hate.
I
I
don't
never
hate him.
despised him. I just felt like he was just came out of nowhere too often. It's like, what the hell are you doing here? You're supposed to be. You're supposed to be. You're on the Giants. The Giants aren't supposed to be winners right now.
they were weird. They're just an anomaly. Uh,
Yeah.
they
They
would
just.
suck. They would suck off so bad, and then all of a sudden win the Super Bowl. It's like, what the hell just happened? What is happening? What world are we in now?
Well,
Make no
throughout
sense.
Eli's
Yeah.
career, if the Giants made the playoffs with Eli, they either won the Super Bowl or they lost their first game.
They lost in the first round. The last time they made the playoffs, they lost in the first round to the Packers. Got that revenge.
Yeah, that was the infamous boat party game.
I'm going to take
Oh
off for a
yeah,
second, but I'll jump back on
I
mic.
don't exactly
Okay,
know what happened on that boat party. Though I don't know
so
exactly what happened on that boat.
OBJ took some of the players down to Miami, and the weekend that they had some time off before the game,
Weekend before
and
the game.
yeah, they not even the weekend before. It was actually a few days before, I think, but went down there partying instead of focusing, on the game and getting
On the
ready.
game.
Yeah, so that became a big issue. And then when they got completely destroyed by Green Bay and embarrassed, it's not that they just lost; it's that they looked terrible. And so people
Over.
attributed that
Yeah.
to, you know, so that's kind of the
Yeah.
situation.
Um. But like always, Green Bay chokes early. Either it's Aaron Rodgers in the NFC Championship. The NFC Championship is Aaron Rodgers' worst enemy.
Well, let's look at this. Let's look at the NFC Championship game. That easily could have been just a blowout. All right, so
Yes, it could have.
it could have been,
But they're like
and then
that
nobody
game
would be
could have
talking about it. So
gone a lot worse than it did for Aaron Rodgers.
yeah, it could have been a lot worse. So they came close to winning it. So
The
that
dude
should be
dropped
seen.
there.
Yeah.
The dude dropped a 2-point conversion. I can't. That's not Aaron
Oh yeah.
Rodgers' fault.
No, it hit him right in
The
the hand.
dude dropped a. But I will. I don't want to hear a single word from another Packers fan about Aaron Rodgers never having a defense in these big championship games he always gets to, because his defense nabbed three three interceptions,
Yep.
three interceptions
Three
off
picks.
Brady, and
Hmm.
they still didn't win. So I don't
They
want to
didn't cash
hear
them in.
another. They didn't. They did not. I don't want to hear another doggone word about Aaron Rodgers never having defense. Never. That should never ever get and not win the game. It's the same shit that happened with flipping Seattle in 2014. Russell Wilson gives them 5 turnovers, and then
They still don't close it
and
out.
then they still lose. What the hell is going on? You don't know how to play?
Don't know how to close, and
Yeah,
um, just
and that's why I'm
that's the
glad,
difference right there.
and
So
I'm glad Brady capitalized, because like they were catching up because of his mistakes in the second half. So I was like, oh gosh, they ain't doing nothing right now.
yeah, and as far as Brady's side of it about those picks, those were essentially punts. If you go back and look at them,
Yeah,
they were all
he's throwing them from one end of the field to the other.
yeah. So
Throwing
that
them from one end of the field to the other, and that's not the only thing. Like, I'm pretty sure Mike Evans could have caught at least one. At least one.
right.
I'll let him fly on the second one, but he could have caught at least one.
That Aaron did cash in on one of them, I believe. But let's not forget that Aaron threw that costly pick before halftime that turned
Yeah.
into the Zach Miller touchdown. So
Oh,
um,
that touchdown pass, that was like that was badass. That was flipping
but
incredible.
I thought Tom couldn't throw anymore. I thought Tom could,
Exactly. It's the
So
same shit I've heard all the entire time. He has a noodle for an arm. Tom
do you
Brady has
remember?
a wet noodle for an arm.
Do you remember 2 years ago, the 2019 season when he was still in New England and he was throwing short balls all the time, and I was saying there's nothing wrong with his arm. There's nothing wrong with his arm. And I just kept saying that. People were trying to
I
say
knew,
that
you know how I
I
knew there was
wouldn't.
nothing wrong with you know how I knew there was nothing wrong with his arm? Antonio Brown. For that second Miami game with Antonio
Yep.
Brown, I saw that and I was like, nah, this dude still got it. I ain't gonna he ain't got nobody to throw to, that's why. Look at the game where he had Antonio Brown against Miami for a hot second, and then look at the other games.
Yep.
You tell me what the difference there is. It's certainly not his arm because he can throw.
But see, the thing was that people were saying to me that I uh, just didn't want to see that Tom Brady was getting worse,
Yeah,
and I
was
was refusing to see it. And I'm like,
he's
no, dude,
making the
I would be the
situation where
first.
you I bet you would. I
I would be the
I
first to
bet you
tell you.
would.
So yeah.
Yeah,
We got a few picks in here.
and
We've
it's not
got
like
just 1 second. New York Giants went Kadarius Toney, wide receiver, which is I think is a good pick. That's what they need right now. Um, let's see. Colts went Quiddy Pay, edge rusher from Michigan, and now the Titans. It says the Titans
helps
pick
that
is in,
defense out.
and Vikings are on the clock. So Vikings move down. So Vikings are
Yeah.
finally picking now, or they're about to pick. So
Yeah.
still waiting on Tennessee.
But it's just it's now we were talking about the Giants a second ago, and the more I think about it, the more it reminds me of the more I think about the Buccaneers playoff run this year, the more it reminds me of the Giants playoff run. Because they're like this they went on the road for every last one of their games except for the Super Bowl,
Yep.
and they beat the teams they were not supposed to beat.
Right.
They beat mm, you could say they were supposed to beat the Redskins. They were supposed to beat the Redskins, but there is no way they were supposed to beat the Saints.
No.
I'm going to call them
No.
the Redskins because that's what I know them by.
That's what they are.
That's
Okay. Elliot,
yeah.
someone else is
They
trying to
were.
call in, so I'm gonna switch out. Okay.
You need me to sign off? All
Yeah.
right.
It's the connection is terrible, so I'm just gonna take one at a
All
time
right.
from now on. All right. Thanks for calling,
All
buddy.
right. Listen, it was good
Talk to you
talking to
soon.
you again, man.
Yeah, you too.
Seriously.
And I'll talk to you on
And
the next show,
and
hopefully. So.
Booyah Navy.
Yep. Absolutely. Go Navy. Jared, hey, you're stationary, or Jalen, you're stationary.
Yeah, I got a that this thing, a headset now or whatever. I don't have to use my phone.
That's perfect.
Hey, I had a question for you.
Huh?
2007 Patriots versus 2020 Tampa. Who wins?
The Oh, well, Tom Brady's the quarterback of both teams.
Yes, and that's why I asked it.
Yeah.
Because I actually think Tampa's defense is the exact type of defense that the New York Giants beat Brady's team with that year. Like the exact same style of defense, that front four that could get to everybody with those linebackers in the secondary that could like clean everything up or whatever in the back or
Yeah.
whatever. I think it's the exact same defense that Giants played on the Patriots in 2007.
Okay. So if the defense is comparable, but we have to remember though that the Bucks don't have Tom Coughlin, who is the coach of the Giants in '07. But
Yeah, and the Tampa Bay Bucks have Brady, who's the coach of the of Tampa.
right,
And by the way, Brady is the best coach that ever was in New England, and the best GM that was ever in New England, and the best quarterback. So the way I see it now, Bill Belichick actually has to go be the quarterback of the New England Patriots for the next coming season, win the Super Bowl, and then he can equal what Tom Brady did in Tampa.
okay.
I just wanted to get that in there.
So
Is anyone else on this thing besides me, or am I on it? Because I just came over to the other thing
no,
to get on this.
the connections are terrible. I don't know what's going on, but so I'm only having one at a time right now. But
Oh, and by the way, how come this is up on the community tab? Like it's like when I looked on the community tab, I actually had to find this thing from like 2 months ago to come on here. It's like it's not like this VonAllen NFL draft is up there above the last thing you put up.
I'm not sure.
Like
I'd have to yeah, I'd have to take a look and figure that out. But I was
Mhm.
referring to the link so
Oh.
yeah, I did that, guys. I gave Jalen lighting. I had to adjust his screen because he was sitting in the dark. So
Oh, I in the options, I actually made my thing dark.
oh, so I overrid you. And because I have my
It's
own
okay.
edits.
It's actually a perfect. It's actually a perfect amount of light. Like it's still kind of dark or whatever, but like
But now we can
it's
see you.
actually yeah, it's a perfect amount of light.
You remind me of Daniel Cormier, actually.
That
You know who that
reminds
is?
me. I just watched him threaten Jake Paul and then bitch out when Jake Paul challenged him to a boxing match. And by the way, I think Daniel Cormier would get his ass beat by Jake Paul in a boxing match.
Yeah, well, boxing's a different game. It's a different.
Yeah, but Daniel Cormier studied that. I mean, you kind of have to study a lot of things to be an MMA fighter, and he was the one that challenged Jake Paul. And Jake Paul is nothing but a YouTube star Disney
Yeah.
kid who plays fighting. So, I
Hmm.
mean, to me, and he's gonna be your biggest payday you ever had, like more money than you ever made in the UFC if you go fight that dude. If he's really
Sure.
that much of a punk, why don't you just go fight him? Like you should beat him in like a round. You don't want to because he'll kick your ass. And so, by the way, just it's not even a football subject. If they ever fight, I think Jake Paul can beat 99% of the dudes in UFC when it just comes to boxing. That was a little rant. Probably shouldn't have gone there because it's a football show, but whatever.
Oh no, that's fine.
You never gave an answer though. Tampa Bay versus Giants. Who wins?
Okay. Tampa Bay.
I thought the same thing. Oh wait. Oh, was it Tampa? No, it was Tampa Bay versus Patriots. Never mind. But I'm assuming you're still saying with
Well,
Tampa.
first of all, we've got a Tom Brady who has had seen 20 years of NFL film, and he's still just as physically gifted as he's fine. There's nothing wrong with him.
Yeah, true.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with him. 07 Brady can throw a little farther, but what good did that do him in 07? Didn't do anything in that game. It didn't help. Um,
Mhm,
but
true.
if we're all agreeing that Giants defense is very similar to the Bucks defense in style and the way they
At
are,
least in
then
scheme and scheme and strategy, I would say yes. In that last game, they were.
so it would come down to, first of all, the Bucks having a better quarterback than Eli Manning, and it's the Tom Brady now versus Tom Brady in 07 who knows way more and has better
Yeah, that's
offensive
true.
players. So in 07 he did have Moss, but Welker and Stallworth are not at the level of Godwin and Antonio Brown.
I agree with that. I would.
So
I mean, I actually, if I just pair AB to Moss, I still think AB is a better, more versatile receiver.
of course he is.
Hmm,
Yeah. Overall,
hmm, mhm.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Mm,
Antonio Brown, you
mm,
can do more things with him. It's just okay.
mm.
Randy Moss is like Brady in a way where he's so great at what he does that it can cover any weaknesses or anything that he's not really that good at. So like Tom is not mobile, they always use that against him. But Tom is so smart and so
Yeah.
calculated. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it overcompensates for that.
Mhm.
And that's how I see Randy. Randy may not be a possession receiver. He doesn't really need to be,
Yeah.
because he can just get it all at once.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just kind of how it works. But Tom had more options in Tampa. This Tampa team has more options, and let's not forget he had Gronk. And Gronk, honestly, I think they were holding Gronk back. I think Gronk could
I
have
don't
been
think
doing that all year, honestly.
I
So
don't yeah, but I think Gronk played the role because I think the fact if they'd have done that all year when they got to the Super Bowl, they would have expected them to throw it to Gronk. And Gronk would have just been blanking it the whole night. Like Gronk wouldn't have been single covered if Brady had been doing what they did like if Brady had thrown Gronk 2 touchdown passes every like game after like week 7 or whatever when they got good because
mhm.
it was like they did good then did before they got to their bye week or whatever they were kind of going back and forth with teams or whatever and then like if let's say they did good after that teams would have expected that throughout the playoffs or at least in the Super Bowl. I think you would have seen the coverage a lot different. Now maybe someone else gets open because like they're triple covering Gronk, but I think they would have done that if Gronk had not been blocking or whatever all year. And that's what I actually like about Gronk is that when you just make him block, he's still one of the most elite blockers in the game. That's
That's
why I like
exactly
him
right.
better. That's why I like him better than Kelsey, and I like
Sure.
the dude from San Francisco better than Kelsey because both of them block and they're like more well-rounded tight ends. I don't know. Maybe after I watch Gronk for so long, I just want a tight end that does everything.
Sure.
Like
And
I'm
that's
spoiled because I watch Gronk and Brady, so I'm like, man, quarterback, why are you taking so long to throw? Brady gets this shit out in like what 1.3 seconds or 2.3 seconds, whatever it is. Like he's just like, why can't you just be that? I guess that's kind of wrong because he's the GOAT, and like that's very hard to do.
yeah. Well,
Mhm.
in your scenario, it comes down to Belichick versus Bruce Arians. The key for Bruce Arians, okay, here's how Bruce Arians is a good coach. Stays out of the way. So in the
Yeah,
Super Bowl,
he'll just let Brady coach the team that day.
right. So in the Super Bowl, you could see that he stayed out of the way. That was
So
all
you're telling
ran
me it's
by
Brady versus then Belichick then?
on
In that
offense,
case, I
but no, because when you've got Todd
offense.
Bowles,
Oh no, well Brady is facing Belichick's defense.
right, but then you've got Todd Bowles' defense facing
Josh McDaniels
McDaniel's
offense.
offense, right?
I still
So
think
Bruce,
Brady helps out with that because I think Brady knows Josh McDaniels well enough to go. He's going to do this. He's going to do
that would
this. He,
that
he
would
he's
that
going to
would
do this. He's going to do
right
this play next.
that would affect things as well. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I'd
Mhm,
say yeah, the Bucks would probably win that game.
mhm,
Um,
mhm,
but boy, would that be a game. God,
mhm.
that'd be that'd be amazing.
The only thing I'm questioning is like, should I really underestimate the 37-year-old Brady? Like that's what we're basically doing in this. Like we're basically coming down to it'll come down to this and this, and then we're like, okay, Brady versus Brady. So we got and then we're like basically like saying one Brady is got this much knowledge, but Brady is still someone you just never bet against, no matter what the circumstances
Yeah,
are,
but
even if
that's
he's fighting
actually
against Brady.
it's 27-year-old Brady,
Yeah,
and
true. Mhm.
that's a big difference. And
Wait, was he 27 in
so
2007?
yeah, well,
Oh, I
not
thought he was
27, but I was more like
He was like
let's see,
30 or something.
he's probably a little older.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little older, closer to 30. Yeah, but he wasn't 30 yet. So
2007, that was like it's 2020 when he last, that was like 13 years before it.
yeah, he was probably like 29, 28, 29, something like
Okay.
that. But still, But we're talking about a team that lost,
Yeah.
that couldn't score more than 14 points.
True, but whenever I
So
asked any Patriots fan who the best team was in Patriots history was, a lot of them tell me 2007 Patriots and won't even mention the other Super Bowl winning teams. Like the most thing when I've like polled people, I think most people are look at the 2007 Patriots as their best team, even though they didn't win the Super Bowl. I have trouble doing that because I have like, well, you didn't win the Super Bowl, but you won the Super Bowl with the other one. But I guess technically, if this one team played against the other, like you would still win. But I still have trouble computing in my head that one team is better than another team when one team won the Super Bowl and one team didn't. So I don't know how to reconcile that. And speaking of something like that, I also don't know how to reconcile this. I think Julian Edelman should be a Hall of Famer. He won't because of records and other things. But to me, Julian Edelman has 3 comps that should put him in the Hall of Fame. Jerry Rice for postseason catches and stuff like that, because Jules is like second behind him in everything. Frank O'Hara because his spectacular catch with the Pittsburgh Steelers and their Super Bowl dynasty that they had made him get his Hall of Fame ring. That like one catch he had that was like about to hit the ground or whatever. That's why he's in. And Terrell Davis is in. Terrell Davis, the running back from
Denver.
yeah, Denver is in because he helped them win 2 Super Bowls. Jules, you can make the argument that without Jules's like things in the Super Bowl, they don't win those games. Especially the one where he was MVP and like kept their offense in the game. He was the right MVP for that game. But yeah, so like to me, Jules has a case to make the Hall of Fame. He won't because he's never made a Pro Bowl and things like that. Right? Or even just like one Pro Bowl. And I'm starting to think that wide receiver is the hardest position to make Hall of Fame with.
Yeah, he's not a Hall of Famer. If we go
But
by,
if I could vote for him, I would, because I think that his credentials
if we
make
go
him a Hall of
by,
Famer.
right, but if we go by their own set, kind of the way they've done things in the past, like what we know
True.
about how they do things, he just won't ever come close. So
True.
I just don't like
I think
everybody.
if he comes out of
proposing
retirement and goes to Tampa and gets like one Pro Bowl, I think that puts him over.
Well,
if he goes
then
to
he could
Tampa
be
and gets one
he could
Pro
be
Bowl and one
nominated.
more Super
Yeah.
Bowl,
He could be nominated if he got an All Pro or a Pro Bowl, which I think's dumb. Okay, so I think a Super Bowl MVP should be an equivalent of an All Pro. I think that if you don't have an All Pro, then Super Bowl MVP should get you at least a nomination in the door. Nobody said it means that you should be in the Hall of Fame, but it should at least count as the same. So they should be able to say, look, okay, Julian doesn't have a Pro Bowl or All Pro, but he has a Super Bowl MVP. We'll go ahead and accept that so he can be nominated. At least. I'm not saying, if he's so. But
why can't you just look at the playoff stats by themselves and be like, that's good enough?
That's not how they do it, apparently. So I don't know. I have a lot of problems with the Hall of Fame, but my problems with the Hall of Fame are way bigger than Julian Edelman's situation.
Well, your biggest problem with the Hall of Fame seems like to me is that Eli Manning is going to get in. And by the way, that's another argument I have against Bill. The Hall of Fame coach let 2 quarterbacks, one of whom you don't think should go to the Hall of Fame, basically get in the Hall of Fame, and the other get a statue made by himself and be in the Eagles Ring of Honor because Bill score. Like Bill failed to stop 2 unworthy Hall of Fame quarterbacks, according to your eyes. Because I actually think Eli, by winning those 2 games, deserves to be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, my standard for the Hall of Fame is way beyond anything that they do, because I think here's the situation in the Hall of Fame.
You and Skip Sanders are basically the same for Hall of Fame, by the way. You and Skip Bayless have the same standard. You want it to not be the Hall of Very Good. You want it to be like the Hall of Fame. Your idea is if you have to think of twice about a guy getting in, then they shouldn't get in. If I got how you think about it.
I think that's pretty damn close. It shouldn't be
Yeah,
that
that's
cut and dry,
exactly how
but
Skip thinks.
yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. So if I'm sitting there having to like chew on, I would at least say that should be the case with first ballot. Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's what I believe about
that,
first ballot. Those are the
yeah,
no-brainers. Those are the Brady's.
if you have to have a conversation for 8 hours about Calvin Johnson, he's not first ballot.
I don't think they had
That's
to have a
you know
conversation about 8 hours, considering they elected him. And did they say that?
yeah, I heard that there was not just him, there were some others, but he was part of like an 8 hour conversation, and I think
That's because there's such a clog at the wide receiver position. Like, when is fucking Chad Johnson getting in? I know you don't agree with that.
no. But
And
okay, so here's my view on the Hall of
Torrey
Fame.
Holt should have definitely gotten in before Isaac Bruce.
Isaac Bruce not Hall of Famer either. Okay, so
Mhm.
in my Hall of Fame, I never would put him in. But with the Hall of Fame, I wish they would just look at it like this.
Mm-hmm.
When Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or Joe Montana or somebody goes in there, right? When you're a quarterback and you get put in there, it doesn't say that Tom is the number one quarterback of all time or Montana or whatever, right? It doesn't say that. It's just equal. So you put Eli Manning in there, you are literally saying that
He's
Eli
equal to
Manning
or better
is
than Joe.
equal to Brady and Montana and all this stuff, right? Now,
Comp as a
that
quarterback. He's
that's
equal
my
to the lowest
problem.
comp that's in there as a quarterback.
It's so it has to be a hall where you're okay with that being on the same level, and that's my problem.
Mhm.
That's my problem, and so therefore that would mean a lot of guys don't get in. You see what I mean?
See, here's my thought.
It's
I don't believe in it the way you do. I believe the people who are in are my comps. So, like, are you still like the people who are in are like the comps for people who should get in. So, like, to me, when you put the Jets quarterback Joe Namath in because he won one Super Bowl and he guaranteed that victory, to me it means, okay, Eli Manning won a Super Bowl where he beat an 18-0 team, and you could argue Eli Manning's Super Bowl run as a wild card team is either it's either the Eli Manning or Tampa Super Bowl run from this year is one of the best Super Bowl gauntlets or whatever you had to go through or to get to the Super Bowl. I believe Eli Manning had to go through like Brett Favre and like his own division rival at one point. Like there was a lot of tough games in order to get to play the Patriots that year.
all right. So Jalen,
Mm-hmm.
back in the old days, okay. So you bring up
Mm-hmm.
Joe Namath. There were a lot of bad picks getting put into the Hall of Fame because the NFL was not as established, right? So
I
guys
get
were
it, but
getting
they're
in
in.
like they would put an entire Green Bay Packers team nearly into the Hall of Fame when we know that half those guys are not really
Well,
at that
that's what they
level.
do with dynasties. Aren't we talking
I
about the
know.
dynasty
I
that
know.
Green Bay had? Didn't they do that? Didn't they do that with the Dallas
They
Cowboys and the
yes.
Steelers
Yes.
and the
Yes.
49ers?
So
Which
these
is an
guys
argument.
individually, right. So these guys individually, some of them don't hold up to scrutiny by themselves. Okay, so they kind of got in, and Joe Namath is like that too because of the fame around what he did, and it was the solidifying of the AFL.
I
Okay, so
I
he
get
got
your
in.
point,
He
but
got in based
yeah.
on a story, not on stats. Okay, so
I think everybody gets in based on a story. Like, let's get that
but
straight.
but
Everyone
I
gets
know,
in
but
based on what story you have.
I know I'm trying to explain the Eli thing though, but
Okay.
with Joe Namath, just because Joe Namath got in and that was what most of us consider a mistake, doesn't mean we should use that as the standard. Okay,
He is the
it doesn't
lowest.
mean
I'm sorry, I can't agree with that. He's
right.
the lowest standard. He's the bottom
I
of the
know,
bottom when it comes to the. So if someone can be better than him, I'm sorry, they get to go in.
but Eli's not
Yes, he
better
is.
than Joe.
Yes, he is. Then Joe Namath. Yes, he
Huh,
is. Yes, he is.
dude? Joe
He
Namath
won
is
2 Super Bowls in his
listen.
career. Joe won one.
Joe Namath is more important to the NFL legacy than Eli Manning, and I don't even
I
think
don't
Namath
care.
belongs in the Hall of Fame. You see what I'm saying?
I don't care
So
about the NFL legacy though. Like
just
I just
because
care.
just because Namath is in doesn't mean we should start saying, "Oh, well, since Namath's in, this guy should get in." We're going to clog the Hall of Fame up of a bunch of losers.
Okay,
Okay? So
fine.
the
Guess
next,
what?
I
If
mean,
someone
you can't.
else can beat a team that is 18-0 in the Super Bowl, I guess it would have to be 19-0. Guess what? I'm going to pitch their name too. Like if someone gets 2 Super Bowl rings,
He'll get
one by
nominated.
winning
Yeah.
a 19-0 team, and I would no, I would like if I had a vote, I would say yes, they're getting voted in just like I would vote in Eli.
Well, that means you're wanting to continue the low standard, as where
No,
I'm trying to
what
stop
I'm
it.
wanting to
I'm
do
trying to
is
stop the low standard.
follow the standard that was given to me. You're trying to create a new one on your own, which is kind of selfish of you. And by the way, in order to solve the Tom Brady thing, I just induct Tom Brady right now. I let him be the only player that does not need to wait the full 5 years to get in the Hall of Fame. That separates him from everybody else. That makes it good enough so that him and no one other quarterback are equal ever.
Sounds like you're
And
trying to
if
change the stand. It sounds like you're trying to change the standards of the Hall of Fame, and that's very selfish of you.
no, I'm trying to change the rules. You're trying to change the standards. I'm trying to change the rules.
Which is arguably worse.
Yeah, it is. But it's only arguably worse, which means it's arguably better.
Yeah. Well, no, I just my standard like they've let these coaches in now that don't belong in there. It's just really, I mean, you're
Okay, we're
putting
always going to disagree.
it,
Okay, Jimmy Johnson was a supernova coach, and Bill Cowher was a coach that coached for like 15 years without a losing
so
season and won a
so
Super Bowl. That is good enough to get in. I don't care if you don't think that's good enough to get in the Hall of Fame because you're
it's
crazy for
not.
thinking that's not good enough to get in the Hall of
No,
Fame. Yes,
no,
it is. And that's why they let him in. They should have let him in earlier. Jimmy
no,
Nova is a supernova as a coach. He is the
no.
equivalent of Gale Sayers as a running back, who I believe only played like 3 or 4 or 5 years or something, and is still in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Gale Sayers is also a returner. So
Whatever. I'm betting he didn't get in for returning.
he got in for an overall uh, impact on the field. But the coaches are like quarterbacks. It should be a very
Except
very
except for
difficult.
Jimmy Johnson was the coach and the GM of those Cowboys and picked all those players and was responsible for the big trade that got all those players and was the one that was mostly picking the players from the draft that year that gave them their dynasty team. He is the most responsible person for that dynasty in that building, even more than Jerry Jones.
Sure, but
And that's
does that
why
mean
he deserves to be in the Hall. Yes.
does that
Before you
mean he
ask,
should
does
be
that mean he
he
deserves the
he
Hall of
should
Fame?
be
Yes.
so he should be next to Vince Lombardi and Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick eventually. The
Okay,
same
we're
room.
gonna have to
The
talk
same
about the
room.
Bill Belichick thing because that dude is way overrated. I think he's better than Bill Belichick was. So yeah, I would like if Jimmy Johnson had Tom Brady and Bill Belichick had Troy Aikman, we would see the records flip. Like, what's his name would have had 8 Super Bowls or 9 Super Bowls. What's his name? I'm sorry, I don't believe in Bill Belichick, especially after this year. Don't get me started on Bill Belichick because I'm starting to think that he is being dragged into the Hall of Fame because of what Brady did for him.
Jalen, you
Mm-hmm.
never change, huh?
Nope. Especially, and by the way, that dollar bet, like, I don't know how I'm going to collect $1 from you. Should have made that. I should have said, like, I want it to be 10 or something. But when I actually win that bet because Bill Belichick loses his job because he can't win with this team. By the way, how many years you got if Bill Belichick having losing seasons before he's on a hot seat? Because Robert Kraft, being the most spoiled owner in history, who has not had to only go through like 2 seasons without making the playoffs, does not seem like a type of guy who will be patient. And if he goes 7-10 this year, and they have another game, so the record would be 7-10. I don't know if if he's back for another season. So how many seasons do you think it will take Robert Kraft to put Bill Belichick on a hot seat?
Never happened.
Even if he goes 7-10? Because you're
He
talking about a very spoiled owner who has really never had that bad of that many
Be,
bad of
Be,
seasons or whatever.
Belichick would be retired before he lost enough in order to be fired.
What if he has the next 2 seasons with losing records and Brady beats him this season 45-3, which I think he will when Tampa plays the Patriots.
Okay, so
that's my prediction for that game.
So you're saying plus counting 2019 or counting 2020,
Mm-hmm.
he would have 3 losing seasons in a row. So 3 losing seasons in a row, which is okay, right?
Is that 2, because he had one last year, had a winning season the year before, and I think he's gonna have. Let's see, I think was gonna have one next year, and the next year, and however many seasons. Like basically, without Brady, I just think it's gonna be losing seasons without from here on out.
I know. I'm trying to understand though. What are you saying? What's the bet?
No, what I'm saying
here?
is this year, Brady and Tampa play each other. I think
right?
Tampa will beat the Patriots they'll blow them out. Whatever the score is, it'll be a lot to a little to the Patriots. That will put extra pressure on Belichick. And I believe Belichick going into that game will still not have a good record this year. And that'll put even more pressure on Belichick. So, let's say, I don't know, I could see them going, I don't know, if they win 5 with the new game, would be what, 5-11 or whatever? Yeah, I think there's a possibility they win 5 to 7 games or whatever and have 15 or whatever losses it would be. Or however, I can't do the math. But however many losses it would be.
All right. So you keep in mind that in 2000 they did go 5-11 with a first overall pick, Drew Bledsoe, and he was put on the hot seat. But that was after he had been fired from Cleveland. This is different. So 2019 or 2020, I'm sorry, 2020 is a season that is not going to count against him. It will never be held against him. So Kraft will never count 2020 against him. Now, this year, he could do the same thing and have a losing season with Mac Jones. But if Mac Jones is showing signs of improvement, then that won't count against him either. So what I'm saying is Belichick would have to lose for years, for a long time, before he'd ever get fired.
I don't know about that. You got a very spoiled owner who is used to making the playoffs every single year. If they go 2 or 3 years and they don't make the playoffs, I think Belichick's put on the hot seat.
Well, what does the hot seat mean? That could just be
it
owner.
Means going into whatever season that is, if you don't at least make the playoffs and make a deep run, you're not going to be here the next year.
No, Belichick would have to lose for the next 4 or 5 years for that to happen. Probably.
Okay, 5 years. That's your prediction. I don't know if Robert Kraft would be that patient. If he had what if they were really bad seasons? So let's say he had 3 years of 0-17.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, I mean, that's different, but that's not going to happen. So, I mean, that's just sure. So, but it's not going to happen anyway. It's going to be fine. This Mac Jones pick's probably a really good pick, and we'll see how that goes. But if he ain't got nobody to throw to, so they got to do something about that. So.
N'Keal Harry, they can't get Kyle Pitts or whatever. Oh yeah, and Julian Edelman retired and they released him or whatever. So if he comes back, he can't go to Tampa. Just saying, I was him and Tom were on that draftathon thing, joking about that earlier or whatever. And Kevin Hart was like, so when is the the commercial going to come out like him and Gronk did basically at the Super Bowl? Basically joking. I'm sure y'all got a T-Mobile commercial or something or whatever.
Jared's showing us a Big Mac. Oh, well played, sir. Well played.
Hey, Von
Well
Allen,
played, sir. Well
are
played.
you still in Europe or whatever, or like Russia or wherever you were doing school?
Yeah, dude, that
Oh,
that Big
okay.
Mac looks so good. I
Mhm.
want one right now. Damn it,
I don't really
6:30
like
in the
Big
morning.
Macs, but okay.
I can't get one.
Mhm.
What's wrong with you? You don't like Big
Mhm.
Macs,
I mean, I don't like McDonald's that
Jared?
much anymore. Mhm.
That's funny.
Mhm.
So, Jalen, what do you think
How you been,
about Big
Jared?
Mac there?
Mhm.
This is some quality television, people. This is high budget stuff.
Oh yeah, I forgot the draft was even on. Who's been picked?
What do you think this was for? Big Mac.
I mean,
Big
I
Mac's
did
been picked. Big Mac. Mac Jones
I meant by
is the
the other
Patriots quarterback.
teams.
Oh,
I
does it
know who's
matter?
been picked by the Patriots. We
Okay, so
asked
let me
like
catch up here. Big Mac's all that matters. Jared, you're ridiculous.
did you just eat that whole thing?
He's almost done with it.
I remember trying to eat Big Macs before. I could never ever really finish them.
The only thing I have to say about the Patriots draft pick is I'm loving it.
I have a
Oh.
question. Is everybody's screen like 30 seconds behind or something? Because people are like talking and like stuff isn't coming like they're not well stuff isn't coming out of their mouth because like their mouth isn't moving but words are coming out and then later you'll see the mouth moving. Is anyone else's camera doing that? Because my camera's like lag or whatever.
It could be your
It's
brain processing.
and it's also still showing me waving my hands, even though that my hands aren't doing that on the screen anymore.
Well, you are, after all, you one who thinks Jimmy Johnson's a Hall of Famer. So, and you think Eli
Yeah, well,
Manning is
he
greater
is. That's
than
because he
Joe Namath.
is. He's a supernova as a coach and the most important person to that dynasty. I don't know why you don't. You're just kind of a
Because
hater for not thinking he is. So, like,
hater. I have nothing against Jimmy Johnson.
I mean, you're hating on Jimmy. Like, I
No, I'm
mean,
The
you
not.
may
most
not be a
important,
hater in real life, but like, you
the
kind of
most
are hating
important
on Jimmy.
person to that dynasty was Herschel Walker.
Yes, but Jimmy Johnson made that trade and then picked up all those picks. Even if they do that trade and then get all those picks and then Jimmy Johnson doesn't pick the right people, that Herschel Walker trade didn't mean a damn thing. If Jimmy Johnson picks a bunch of bums and not like all the Pro Bowlers and Hall of Famers he picked, that Herschel Walker trade doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
Well, another coach won a Super Bowl with that same team.
Yeah, he won. He
Barry
won it with
Switzer.
that. Yeah, he won it with that with a team that what's his name built and assembled and like and won two with or whatever. It's not like the It's not like the
But
Bengals situation where like
you're
they
missing the most important thing from tonight.
That Big
which
Mac was
is
picked. That Big Mac is on the Patriots now. That's the most important thing. And I've still got the stall and special.
I'm happy that the Patriots have what y'all believe to be a great quarterback because when they do fail this year and I come back next year and I'm like, so y'all got the quarterback, is it their coach? Like I'm every single year y'all have a losing record. I want to come back and just say, is it the coach? Is it the coach? Until somebody is just like, you're right, it was Brady. The coach is like just Brady was carrying that coach the entire time.
You make it sound like that
Jalen,
we don't think Brady is great.
Jalen,
No, you think it's
Jalen,
equally between him
Jalen,
and the coach.
Jalen, Jalen, Jalen,
Yeah.
Jalen, Jalen, Jalen. I would
Yes.
love to spend an hour in your head because it would be fun.
I know. I agree.
It would be fun. But to say that Belichick had nothing to do with Brady is insanely idiotic.
Belichick, Brady would have done what he did anywhere. Brady would have done what he did anywhere, and in certain places he would have won more than 6. Belichick was lucky to get Brady Brady made Belichick. It was not the other way around. You can think I'm crazy if you want to.
How many passing records did Tom Brady have when he won the first 3 Super Bowls?
How many times did Belichick get to the playoffs before Tom Brady started for him?
Once. How many times?
Exactly.
Did Tom Brady,
and he was a coach for like what, 6 or 7 years, and
4
he actually
seasons?
made the other team he was with way worse. Cleveland
Yes,
started being a bad
Jalen.
team
But
because
Jalen,
of Bill Belichick.
Jalen, he made the playoffs with the Cleveland Browns. Ask
They
Eddie.
were a good team, VonAllen.
But
You can't
but
use
ask
it.
Eddie.
They actually
But
looked them
ask
up.
Eddie.
They were a
No, they
great
weren't.
team at that point. He made them
No, they weren't.
worse.
No, they weren't. They were not
Yes,
a great
they
team
were.
at
Go
that
look
point.
at their
Calm down.
record.
They had a
Go
really
look
good
at
quarterback.
their record for the past 5 years before he
Belichick
got
had a
there.
really good
They
quarterback to
made the
make it
AFC
competitive.
Championship
No,
4 out of the 5 times and got to the divisional round once. The only what Belichick did was bring them down. He took them to the playoffs, won a 1 game, and then lost all the others.
When did they get to the AFC Championship game?
In the 4 years before it, check it. I checked it on Wikipedia. I could actually check it
True.
for you.
Last time they
In 89 and 90. Yeah.
Yes, and in like the years before that, whatever, they actually had the same staff that the Baltimore Ravens took and made their Super Bowl
No, they
run
didn't.
with. They actually had
No,
a
they didn't.
really good team and a really good management until like when they moved to
They did
Baltimore.
not
That
have the
management
same-
moved to Baltimore,
they
and
didn't have
that's
the
why
same head
Baltimore
coach.
was always still good. Yes, they do. Yes, they did. Go look up Wikipedia. You're
They
wrong
didn't have the
about
same
this.
head coach.
5 years before Belichick got there, they made the AFC
They
Championship game
didn't
like
have the
3 or 4
same head
times.
coach when they went
I
to
checked
Baltimore.
it. Huh?
When they went from Cleveland to Baltimore, they didn't have the same head coach.
Yeah, because they fired Bill Belichick. I said the same management, ownership, and the GM and all those people stayed the same, and that's why they were good. Upper management was the same staff in Cleveland and as it was in the early 80s that went to Baltimore. Okay,
Yeah,
they just
so-
left all their franchise and their title and stuff in Cleveland. That's why someone else was going to be able to go pick it up. But yeah, they had winning records and they were like Super Bowl contending teams before Bill Belichick got them. He took them away from that. Don't give me Bill Belichick got them 1 playoff game because it doesn't count. They were actually a good team. That was the team that was actually going against John Elway's Broncos and did not win that AFC like that John Elway won with that last second drive in the AFC Championship.
Playoff win counts as a playoff win. Yeah, playoff win counts as a playoff win. The playoff win still
yeah,
counts as a playoff
but they
win.
had more. So what? They had more. He did worse. My point is, one playoff win is not good. One playoff win sucks considering the other people got to AFC Championship game. I don't care. One is
Well,
worse.
you just said it doesn't count.
Huh?
You just said a playoff. Don't give me that playoff win because that doesn't count. It still counts as a
Yeah,
playoff win.
I don't care that he got 1 playoff win because the team that he had was an AFC perennial contender before he came there, and he made them worse.
Who was the quarterback before he got there?
I believe VonAllen did a thing on this, and he had a top 5 quarterback at one of those points, didn't he?
Well, no,
Who
it was
the quarterback?
it was
Bernie Kosar.
very famous. Bernie Kosar. And then he ended up with Vinny Testaverde. Yeah.
Who did he go to the playoffs with?
I don't know.
Vinny Testaverde. Why didn't he take the Browns to the playoffs with Bernie Kosar?
I don't know, but Bernie
If
Bernie Kosar was the one that was there before Belichick, that means he was.
Yeah.
Belichick was making him worse.
Belichick was the one who made the call to put in Vinny Testaverde, and Vinny Testaverde took them back to the playoffs. Kosar was
for
not
1
the
season,
same
and they won 1 game.
And guess what happened?
But before that, they were making AFC Championship games and making divisional rounds, so they were getting much further in the playoffs with the coaches they had before.
What happened to the Cleveland Browns when Belichick was there after they won their playoff game?
I think the next year they were moving to Baltimore.
Yeah,
and
in the middle of the season,
Belichick scrambled and panicked for that whole season, and then they lost a bunch of their games, and he got fired, and they moved to Baltimore.
Have you seen any clips of that season? the last game, the fans were literally tearing the stadium apart. That was the most toxic environment for anybody to coach in.
Is Belichick the one that says no excuses, or isn't he? Like, I'm sorry, I thought that was always Belichick's motto.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about the excuses.
He says, "Do your job." How do you do your
No,
job?
and he never does his. That's a nice thing to say.
What the hell are you talking about?
He does it every time in the fucking playoffs. They've lost. It's because his defense failed.
Playbook
Every single time, all 3 Super Bowl losses were because of his fucking defense. So he doesn't do his job.
He's a freaking genius when it comes to the genius. When it comes to defense, he is the greatest defensive coordinator of all time.
Yeah, and he lost 3 times to 2 quarterbacks that you both believe don't belong in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, what about Jim Kelly? What about Jim Kelly in the K-Gun offense?
He made it to the Super Bowl 4 times.
Yeah, and what about the first time he went to the Super Bowl?
Oh, you mean when he was a defensive coordinator, not the head coach, and was completely doing a different job? And Bill Walsh, who was probably
he's the
one of the best GMs of all time, was overseeing everything. Yeah, I'm gonna throw that shit right back in your face.
He is the greatest defensive coordinator of all time, and he threw 3 Super Bowls in my face. He's the only one in the NFL that has a playbook that's in the Hall of Fame. And you want to tell him Belichick is
good for him, and that's even more reason why he should stop 2 quarterbacks that are not worthy of the Hall of Fame, because he is the fucking defensive game plan in the Hall of Fame. So he should stop 2 quarterbacks that are not worthy to be in the Hall of Fame from winning the New York Giants and the Eagles 2 Super Bowls, especially one where you bench Malcolm Butler for the whole fucking game, and I will never forgive him for that.
Oh, so you're bitter with Belichick? That's what this is.
I'm bitter.
It's all about
I'm
bitterness.
mad. I'm pissed off at him for taking 3 Super Bowls away from Brady.
Everything is about bitterness. I'm pissed
off that you guys give him 50% of the credit. I'm pissed off a lot of things at Bill Belichick. I'm pissed off at him for
personal. It's all personal.
And it's personal for you to say he's great, by the way, because you're his fucking fan. So it's no different.
I'm a fan of him because I am.
That's why it's personal for you, but it's no different for me. You have your personal reasons for being a fan of him. I have my personal reasons for not.
Yeah, because he's a great coach. My personal fandom of him is because he's a great coach.
I think he's a great defensive coordinator, and Brady's been carrying him as a coach.
Jalen, who do you think's the greatest head coach of all time?
The Redskins coach, Joe Gibbs.
Right.
Fucking
Joe
quarterbacks
Gibbs
is greater than 6 with the greatest quarterback of all time to me.
Right. Okay. So you think Joe Gibbs is the greatest quarterback, greatest coach of all time? Who's your favorite team?
I'm not a homer anymore because I don't like the Washington team anymore.
But the argument you're saying about being a fan of Belichick is the same as you think about Joe Gibbs. Most people don't think Joe Gibbs is the greatest coach of all time.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But you do because you were a Redskins fan, right? So.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking about it objectively. Like, the hardest part is the quarterback. He took 3 different ones to the Super Bowl. Basically, you can put any quarterback in Joe Gibbs, and he'd be able to take him to the Super Bowl.
Hold up. Did Green Bay not go offense?
They didn't. Yes! They fucked over Aaron Rodgers again. I hope he leaves. Aaron Rodgers is such a pussy, wanting to be out or whatever. Bunch of fucking bitch.
Oh, God, this is going to be good. Oh, man. Oh, this is great. This is great. So Packers.
Magnum agrees with me. Brady would have been the GOAT anywhere. I agree with that.
I didn't think that was the argument, though. I thought the argument was with Belichick is a great coach or not.
No, the argument is if Belichick deserves to be the #1 coach of all time, and that's what I argue against because I just don't think he does.
Oh, well, that's a legitimate conversation. You've got
do I think Belichick
you got good
Hall
arguments.
Of Fame? Yes.
You've got good arguments for guys like Paul Brown, Vince Lombardi, Bill Walsh, people like that. Okay, but I thought you were saying that Belichick isn't a great coach or Hall of Fame coach or whatever.
No. So, I don't think Belichick is as great as people make out because I don't think he's the greatest coach ever. And I think that even though like he may be good, I think that the reason he has those 6 Super Bowl rings is because of Brady. And like, I think Brady would still be a Hall of Famer with another coach. I don't think Belichick would be a Hall of Famer with any other quarterback, even Aaron Rodgers or like other great quarterbacks, because I don't think they could have mentally handled Belichick for 20 seasons.
Well, that's a legitimate argument. Jared, you've muted yourself somehow.
And put a
But
screen black.
all right, so moving on. Jalen, I'm gonna get you off here now. So if somebody wants to call in, okay. All right. Talk to you soon.
Later, man.
Well, on the next show. Later, buddy. Let's see here. Okay. Now we got to go back to the Vikings. The Vikings finally picked. They went offensive tackle. Pittsburgh Steelers.
In Kirk Cousins.
It looks like it, yeah. So I need to look at his contract again to see if he's tied up or not. There might be a situation there where they're kind of stuck with him. Let me see real quick. Steelers went running back, and that's a good idea. They need to help Ben be able to take some work off of him. So I think I like that.
Did they get Najee Harris?
Yeah, Najee Harris. Sorry, I didn't read it. Jacksonville Jaguars take a running back, Travis
Etienne.
I don't know who this is. Etienne.
Yeah, he was the running back at Clemson with Trevor Lawrence.
So shows you how much I watch college.
Teammate.
Yeah. So
Etienne,
Cleveland Browns went defensive back. Yeah, Cleveland Browns went Greg Newsome the second defensive back. Baltimore Ravens go wide receiver Rashad Bateman. That's exactly what Elliott wanted, was wide receiver. So congrats to Elliott for getting what he wanted. New Orleans Saints go defensive end Peyton Turner. Green Bay Packers go Eric Stokes defensive back, and complete FU to Aaron Rodgers. So.
So how many picks are left? Now, 2 or 3?
Buffalo, Baltimore, and Tampa.
Okay. So Buffalo's got to answer Mac Jones now.
Yeah. So now the AFC East has immediately gotten more interesting. So basically, the situation now is, I thought Aaron Rodgers was trying to push them to get a wide receiver. If that was his goal, it didn't work.
Right. Totally backfired.
Now, I don't really have a problem with the Packers going defense, because if you think that is the best guy, they were not exactly in a perfect position anyway to get some kind of major playmaker, okay? But defense, you got to have defense to win, guys. You got to have it. We see this every single year nearly. You saw what happened to Peyton Manning in 2013. You know, threw for 55, 56 touchdowns. What did that amount to in the Super Bowl? Absolute garbage. How did that help Patrick Mahomes this year? Not having a defense. Okay, we have a new guest on. I'm not sure who this person is. He looks familiar to me. Not entirely sure. Oh, wait, it's Shaq. What's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up? What do you think,
So,
guys? What do you think?
What do you think?
What do you think?
I said it before and I'll say it again. I'm loving it.
I love it. I love the background.
So
this is freaking awesome, man.
We're back, baby.
Well, I I'm absolutely pumped about this. And Jared,
Yep.
you're a freaking genius, my friend. You are a
Yeah,
genius.
he called it. He called it.
He
This
not
is
just called it, he called it like months ago.
I know. Months ago. Yeah. Remember when he sent us all of us on Signal? He said, "Guys, check out this guy,"
Yeah.
and sent us all
And
that
I was like,
YouTube.
what? At
It's
first.
like,
But I was sold. I was sold about him because of Jared. So
oh yeah,
if
well.
look,
A year
I
from now, I'll be the biggest idiot if he doesn't if he's a bust. But yeah, I'm excited about him because, like I said before, one, he's got a quick release. He doesn't waste a lot of movement on his release. But two, the guy sat on the bench, even though he was a highly talented quarterback, and he sat behind Jalen Hurts, and then he sat behind Tua, and he could have transferred, but he stuck it out. He stayed with the program. He's freaking brilliant, and that's the kind of stuff that Belichick likes.
yep.
That bum of a coach that the Patriots have.
Well, we kept saying we needed a guy that was similar to Tom as far as
and
uh, like mentality and stuff. And this guy played for Saban, and we do know that
right.
Saban is very difficult to play with as far as or play for as far as technical, and
And
the pressure and stuff like that. So
this is where I think that it's it clearly it was obvious because it didn't take more but 15 seconds for the pick to come in. So this was clearly the guy for them. And
yeah,
Belichick and Saban are like two peas in a pod. So there is not that much of a learning curve for Mac. It's gonna be easy for him, well, at least relatively, as long as he puts in the work and puts in the effort, and by all indications, he's going to. As long as he does that, things should go well for him. But I think the stuff that Mac lacks, as far as some of the, confidence, I think that's what Cam Newton is for. I was talking to Jared a little bit ago. I was telling Jared, I said, Cam Newton is perfect for, he's that's why he's back, mainly because he's a leader. All the guys on the team like Cam. And so
they love
once you
him.
bring in a guy like, yeah, once you bring in a guy like Mac to learn from, and I'm not saying that he has to, sit every game or sit the whole season. You start Cam week 1, right? And then
Yeah,
maybe like week 7, you give Mac a shot and see what happens. Because but you can't. There's definitely going to be some decent competition at the very least in
Yeah,
training camp.
you let him
And
compete.
with
Let him
all three
compete.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and if Jarrett Stidham is the starting quarterback, that means he earned it. Whichever quarterback starts week 1 is the
Yeah.
guy who earned the job.
exactly. Whoever we're going with in week 1, we know. Wow, this guy just survived a
And
gauntlet. So
yeah, and
that's
it won't be like last training camp where there was no training camp, so there was
Right.
nothing to win because Cam was just there. But this time around, there's going to be competition. There's going to be and whoever is the quarterback, it's not going to be like last year. You're going to have
yeah.
guys actually that are decent that can catch the football, like Jonas Smith, Hunter Henry, Kendrick Bourne,
Hmm.
you know, and
Yep.
Nelson Aguilar if he can catch the football. So
That's
Oh
well,
man, this guy is getting burned everywhere. Nelson Aguilar, he's
and
never
and
going to live that
and
down.
really
He's
that
never going to
meme
live that down.
and that meme is just like, yeah, it's gonna follow him for the rest of his life. And really,
And you know it's
it's not a true meme because Nelson Aguilar is pretty damn good. It's just that Philly fans are
that
just so they're just so
that's what I'm saying. And in reality, any other wide receiver misses, drops passes on a Monday Night Football or something. Nobody gives a crap. Nobody gives a crap. It's just that guy said that in that moment, and it just amplified it. And now Nelson Aguilar
hey,
is synonymous with that. So
I'm going to jump off, but I'll be back on in a few minutes.
okay. But yeah, Shaq, with the situation now, it's this is I okay. I don't like to always overstate draft picks and stuff, but this could very well be a game changer for us now. So
it
all those
it
moves that they made, remember what we were saying. All those moves are great. It's great we got these guys, right? But who's throwing them the ball? Like it doesn't matter. But now, like Jared just said, whoever is our starting quarterback, we know they must have been
Mhm.
really damn good to
Yeah.
overcome the other two, whoever So
And by that point,
wow,
they would have. And by that point, they would have gained so much more confidence with the guys instead of
hmm
just having to learn on the fly. They would have been at the training camp, been at the games, been at practices, OTAs, learn in the playbook, in the meetings. They would have had experience with them. So I think this is as well as things could have gone for the Patriots. And the fact that they did not have to move, they didn't budge, they didn't. I was on Twitter because I was at work. I was working a little bit late, and I was on Twitter, and just everybody just going all off. Oh, they're gonna have to trade down. They're gonna have to trade up. Oh, what's going on? Oh, the Bears took Justin Fields
yeah,
is the popular pick with a lot of people. Oh, they didn't pick Justin Fields. All the Bears. I mean, I wouldn't have paid two first rounders for Justin Fields.
no,
I mean,
no,
they that's a lot. So I'm just excited. And now Patriots have versatility in the rest of the draft. They can get another wide receiver if they want, or they can get another linebacker or another offensive lineman. So it it's a free for all right now. But it just takes the pressure off to know that you have a guy who he may not be in the present, he may not be in the immediate future, but he's definitely in the
sure.
near future.
There's
And
absolutely nothing wrong with him not playing the first year.
yeah,
I have no problem with that. I just want to know that we have something to look forward to. That's what I want to know. Okay, I don't like the unknown, so I can deal with Mac um, being on the bench for a year. Tom played behind Drew Bledsoe, even though Bill wasn't fond of Bledsoe, but he knew that Tom needed more time. Of course, this is different than Tom because Mac might be treated a little differently considering his first round pick. But people need to
right.
also think about this. This is a huge compliment to Tom Brady.
Oh,
Huge
oh yeah.
compliment.
Oh,
All right.
I thought you were gonna say to Matt, but yeah, I see where you're going.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it is a huge compliment to Mac, but I just don't want that to get in his head. Like first round quarterbacks make me nervous. They're usually too arrogant
Yeah,
and stupid.
yeah.
But no, this is a compliment to Tom for anybody who wants to see it as that because
Oh well, yeah.
New England went and spent a first round at 15, spent that which is big for the Patriots to do that, spent a first round pick at 15 to replace Tom Brady, and a year before that they went and got a former NFL MVP just to try to fill the hole that Tom left. You know what I mean? So it's a huge compliment to Tom, in my opinion. That
And
that
and also the
so
fact that they haven't had to do that for 20 years. So
right.
this was the first time really doing something like that. So
So if I'm
it
Tom
is a
and I'm
testament
watching the
to him.
draft right now, I would be flattered that wow, I just left and they had to go all out to fill in for me, and that what I'm saying is that is a far cry from everybody saying Tom is a system quarterback and it's all he's just nothing. Well, really, then why did it take all this to try to fill in his shoes? Because the shoes were huge. That's why. But I'm starting to feel like I might have to come up with a Belichick hate saga. It's
Yes.
strange. It's strange how the tables have turned.
But I've been telling you this for a while, and you were like, "Oh
Yeah,
no, he's not. He's not as much." Yeah,
I
he
know that.
is.
That's why I'm saying
If
it to you. I'm saying it to you because you're the one that suggested it. But it wasn't this bad last year. It wasn't
no,
bad at
not
all last
last
year. But
year.
but 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 after
They
the
were
Super Bowl,
because they were losing.
yeah, after the Super Bowl, it seems to have picked up massively. Now, Jalen has always hated Bill, so that's no secret. But it's not just Jalen; it's other. I've been hearing this quite a bit. So yeah,
And it's the same arguments, and I hate it. It's Belichick was terrible, and I think I heard what Jared told me. Oh, Belichick was bad in Cleveland. please do not give me that bull crap about. I want you all to watch uh, the NFL Films documentary that they did on the 1995 Cleveland Browns
That's a
and how
great
bad of a
documentary.
situation. Yeah, how bad of a
Yeah.
situation that was, because
Listen,
everybody looks at
the
records and say, "Oh,
yeah,
Belichick this and this and that." You should look at how Belichick did as a Patriots staffer instead of the Cleveland staff. Like, what does Cleveland have to do with any of this? Like, Bernie Kosar got hurt, then he went to Vinny Testaverde, then he went back to Bernie Kosar again. I mean,
well, that's the thing about debating or presenting evidence for your position, is that if you're trying to defend Tom because someone is saying something as stupid as Tom is nothing, okay, then
yeah,
it's okay to point to negatives within Belichick's career to maybe prop up Tom a little higher to disprove such an idiotic notion, right? But at the same time, if people are now gone the other too far to the other side, to where it's now Belichick is shit because of Cleveland. Well, now you have to pull that back in and then start looking at the reasons why. That's why debating things and taking positions on things is very, very tricky, because it's all about the context of it. You know,
but you
it's
shouldn't really
okay.
have to down one to big up the other. You should always
That
have to. You should always be able
exactly.
to give credit without saying, "Oh, he had no responsibilities," or he was carried. Like it, that is extreme to say that. To say,
It's from
"Oh,
one
Belichick
side
had
to the other.
nothing to do," yeah, you
Yeah,
can't say that because that's not true. And Brady wouldn't say that. So why would you
of
say
course
it?
not. Of course not. And right now, a similar notion. This is what I'm talking about. It's this all or nothing kind of mentality. It's that way with Julian Edelman right now in the Hall of Fame. Okay, so first of all,
Don't even get me started on
Julian
that, man.
Julian can't qualify. Okay, right now he just can't, based on everything that the Hall of Fame has done, and we know that the rules that they have set. So what's happened? Because so it's a conversation that is pointless. So instead of everybody all over the internet saying Julian Edelman was a great player, look at all the great things he did. No, no, no. It's nothing but negative shit being thrown at him uh, to try to disprove a notion that isn't even possible. So this whole Hall of Fame talk has been just nothing but knocking him, and it's completely idiotic. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. You know what I mean?
Can you see me?
It's just, yeah.
Oh, you can
Why?
see me? Okay.
Yeah.
Because my screen is frozen for some reason. I can't see you,
Oh,
but
well, that's why
you
I've
can.
been trying to do one at a time only, because I've been having a connection problem
But
with people. I don't know what's going on, but do you know what I'm saying about Julian? Well, it's
as soon as he retired, it didn't take but 2
yes,
seconds for people to start saying, "Oh, well, Edelman, he's not going to the Hall of Fame. This person has more
okay,
yards than Edelman, so he should be a Hall of Famer." Or, "Well, David Tyree has made an amazing Super Bowl play, so he should be in the Hall of Fame." Like, why are we so quick to diss on him?
or why are we
Because
even talking about it?
and right, because it's not happening for another 5 years. He's not. He's going to be retired for 5 years, and then we have the discussion. But to me, the fact that there was even an effort to try to shush a discussion on him being in the Hall of Fame, that what that says to me is he has a decent shot.
It means that he's in your head. That's what that
Yeah,
means.
it means the Patriots are in
Um,
your head because what I saw on Twitter that day, it was just like it was Patriots fans reminiscing about the great plays that he made because
sure.
he's I would say he's one of the greatest postseason receivers in the and ever because
Oh, of
look
course,
at
of course.
how many plays
Yeah,
can you name? Besides the obvious ones, there's many plays in the playoffs that he's made that you know have impacted the game. So Patriots fans were reminiscing, and you have all these media people. For some reason, they just had to step in and say, no, 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 you can't do that because
and
he's
and and
not
so and so,
good.
what are we
He's
doing
not
now?
Jerry Rice.
So the entire internet is now littered with things that Julian Edelman didn't do.
Yeah.
instead of what he did do. So that's all we're focused on now is disproving and trying to show how bad he is. You see where this goes? It's almost a
Yeah.
curse to be on the borderline. It's almost a curse to be on the borderline because like everybody is now shitting on you. It's like, wait a minute, dude. Hang on. I just retired. I didn't say I'm a Hall of Famer. I don't even know about that. I just retired, and can we just focus on what I did? And
Great.
that's where it goes. It goes into a very creepy place and weird place, and that's all it's been now. And now there's people in my group on Facebook sitting there making memes and showing photos of Julian and making fun of him stuff. And I'm like, see how we got to this point? All of a sudden, we're making fun of him. You know,
I would think,
it's
because America, we always pride ourselves in being a country who loves the underdog, right? A country who loves, you know,
yeah,
what, coming from, adversity and rising up to the top. Don't we celebrate that? So, if anything, Edelman is the perfect ultimate underdog story. Seventh
we used
round
to.
pick,
Yeah,
quarterback, you know, everything. He is, and he goes from that uh, to having to compete with Wes Welker for time, to getting hurt, to Danny Amendola coming in and then having to compete with him for time, and then him getting hurt
yep.
again. It's there's so many there's so many um factors to him, that makes it for a perfect movie. And obviously, he's already made a documentary about himself, but it's it's just the perfect story. And instead of celebrating that, people were just so quick to diss him. And again, I think it goes back to Patriots derangement syndrome, Belichick derangement
Yep.
syndrome, Brady derangement syndrome. People are just so angry at the Patriots, and people who, I guess the Patriots they've lost to the Patriots, were so quick to say, "Hey, I'm not putting him in my Hall of Fame." You can't. Oh, this was the phrase of the week. You can't tell the story of the NFL. I mean, you can tell the story of the NFL without Julian Edelman. Okay, well then say that for Eli Manning too, because if you're using that same argument.
Yep.
I liked what Belichick said about Edelman. He's the ultimate throwback player. He could do
Yeah.
anything you asked him to do.
But Shaq, it's a lot of it goes back down to people's egos. All these people in the NFL think they know everything about the draft. Julian Edelman being turned from a quarterback to a wide receiver and being that good pisses all over their job. Just like Tom Brady being
Especially,
in the sixth round pisses all over their
yep,
job, or Joe Montana, or Russell Wilson going into the third. That pisses
yep.
off. And who are the quarterbacks that everyone shits on right now? Russell Wilson never gets any respect. Why? If Russell Wilson went in the first round, he would be the greatest thing ever. Okay, he'd be Patrick Mahomes. They'd be talking about him like Patrick Mahomes, right? But he didn't. And the media runs controls the narrative here, and the fans tend to follow it like sheep. So that's what happens. Something wrong, Shaq?
No, I'm just trying to make sure my screen is still on because it keeps
Oh,
freezing.
okay, okay. Um, but yeah, that's the problem here, and it's that bias. It's that draft bias. If they don't want to see them proven wrong because that's their whole job is to tell us who the great draft picks are and all that other stuff. And
But
so they're
Yeah,
never. Peyton Manning always got a pass because he's first overall, you know,
that's
and
especially true with
that's it.
Mel Kiper.
Fucking
Mel,
guy.
Mel Kiper's the poster child of that.
Yep.
also, I think a lot of it is like fantasy football is taking over, and Edelman, you know, he doesn't put up big numbers like Megatron or anybody
Right.
else. So,
Yeah.
he
They equate
if
that
he's not,
with greatness.
yeah, if he's not doing that, or if he's not making, one-handed catches like Odell Beckham Jr. every week, then
Yeah.
he's not really that good of a wide receiver.
People can't handle it. And again, there's some Patriots bias and some other biases also, I think, in my personal opinion. I'm not going to be the one to mention them, but Deion Sanders mentioned them, and I agree with Deion. So, um, that could be it too. So
But I'm happy for Edelman. Look, I I would have been so sad to see him because I was betting on him playing this season and like having to be forced off. Like I wouldn't have liked it because
or off on a stretcher.
it would have looked terrible, and
Yeah.
he would. And then what would have happened if he went out and twisted it when he going in for a cut and twists his knee? What happens then? And now he can't walk, and now he's done for. So I'm glad that it happened the way it did, and I'm glad he was able to retire. And now he's going to be on inside the NFL, which now I will actually want to watch that because
Well,
it's
now
been
I will
actually
watch it.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been actually terrible with Ray
I
Lewis,
avoided
the
it because
murderer,
I hate Phil Sims. I can't stand him,
and Phil
and
Sims. Yeah, Ray
he's
Lewis,
just obnoxious.
Brandon
But
Marshall.
let's the draft is finished. So Buffalo Bills went edge rusher Greg Rousseau. Baltimore Ravens went Jason Awee, an edge rusher. They went defense. Of course that's so Baltimore, right? Um, but Baltimore already got their offensive player, the one that they wanted. So Baltimore done pretty good today. And then Tampa Bay went defense, which sounds good to me. So I like it.
Yeah, the defensive pick for the Bucks, or sorry, for the Ravens, is if I'm remembering correctly, his 40 time was off the charts for a defensive end, rush lineman. So he could be bringing a lot of speed to the Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens. Honestly, I bet you guys can agree with that. But is Ravens not the weirdest team in the NFL? At least for the last 20 years, they are so bizarre. Okay, so let's look at them. Their team defies everything that we know about football. They've won 2 Super Bowls, and they've always been a contender. Even in years they suck, record-wise, they somehow cause problems for people. They've never had a quarterback, not a real quarterback. I mean, Joe Flacco was pretty good for like a year or two, but they've never really had a long-term solution. They've always seemed to do it in such weird, unconventional ways. I just always found the Ravens very bizarre, very strange team. They're as weird
Well,
as their mascot.
clearly, the
Like,
Ravens, the Ravens are just benefiting from having such a great organization that moved from Cleveland.
okay, well, a lot of people have claimed that Browns organization that went to Baltimore would have just continued in Cleveland. Belichick put a lot of those people together. He gave Ozzie Newsome that job. Ozzie Newsome is one of the best GMs ever, right? So, I mean, Ozzie Newsome is one of the guys that's why this Ravens team has lasted this long and why they're what I just said about them being always good. That's 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 a credit to Bill. Um, but a lot of people agree with that. Insiders on people inside the NFL at least think that some credit to that early Baltimore team should be given to Bill. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, with the draft is always interesting because you've got the excitement of Thursday night with the first round.
Yeah.
The second and third round are usually where you get your really good.
That's the value right there.
Term.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you going to do this again tomorrow night?
I can if everybody wants to, But like I said before, I don't claim to know about a lot of these players. After a few months, when I see them in training camp, I can break them down, But I don't follow college that much. It just doesn't interest me that much. Because most college players, like following them, is just taking time away from doing extra work on the NFL. And most won't ever make it to the NFL, so it seems kind of pointless, to me.
And you've been a little sidetracked because I think you've been pretty much killing it as a student the last few months.
Thanks for mentioning that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't mention it much because I don't want to sound like I'm making an excuse or anything. But I'm about to graduate, so I'm about to have a degree in international diplomacy. Isn't that weird? Like it's just I mean, it's weird to me, but yeah, I'm almost done, man. It's awesome. By the way,
Oh,
I had to go to immigration yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, actually, it wasn't even yesterday. It was this morning, early this morning. Um, so the day before yesterday, the immigration police came to our door, our place here, and knocked on the door, and then left a piece of paper saying that I had to be at immigration at 9 in the morning. I had an appointment. And they needed to interview me and talk to me, and I was like, uh, whoa, like that freaked me out because in America you hear that and it sounds serious, right?
Right.
Man, I got all dressed up. I got dressed up and wanted to look my best, made sure I was there on time and everything, and I wanted to show them that I respect their country. I you know, and I was nervous, but it turned out it was something very simple. I had forgot to pick up my new extension paperwork, and when you don't do that, they get suspicious and think, "Are you who you say you are? Is it,
Mm.
am I a spy or somebody doing something wrong? Are you a criminal? Why aren't you picking up your paperwork?" And I forgot to do it, and that's what that was about. But I apologized and everything because listen, how I act and how I come across to them is a reflection of America. So if I'm a jerk, let's say I show up late and I dress like crap and I don't even care, all right, they're going to think, oh, privileged American who has no respect for our country, But instead, I took it the other way, and I want to make sure that I always leave a good impression. Like here, I'm always nice to everybody. I don't want anyone to go, oh, I met an American and he was a jerk. No, I want them to
Right.
say, oh, I met an American, he's a very nice guy. But anyway, it was kind of exciting because I was like, whoa, immigration, police came to my door and everything. It was kind of like weird. I never thought I would experience something like that, but yeah, it was cool. But when we got there, the main person spoke to me, and Milena said, "Yeah, yeah." He goes to school here, and he's like, he got real serious, and he said, "We know who he is." What?
So you guys are
Now,
getting ready to come back to the
imagine that.
States?
Imagine that in an Eastern European accent. Now, the thing is that I'm the first American to ever go to Sophia University, so uh, it's a big deal. So he's
no.
like, "We know who he is." It was weird, but anyway, yeah. Thanks for bringing that up. But yeah, I got a little behind on some work this last semester because of I was doing volunteer sports every week during the season, and they were so nice to me, dude. They let me make all of it up, so that I've been doing nothing but that. And then we had a bit of a problem. Some her family members got sick, but yeah, it's been kind of crazy. But I'm so excited to get back, and I can't wait for training camp to start. I want to see what's going to happen with our quarterback situation. God, that's going to be awesome. So,
It will be. It will be exciting. Well, thanks for putting the show on, and hope you're back on tomorrow.
Yeah.
all right, cool. Thanks, Jared. And that was funny about the Big Mac thing. I've got to put that in
Yeah,
a
he told
highlight
me he was
reel.
gonna do that. That was funny.
That's one of those clips that we can keep forever and keep playing it back or whatever.
Yeah.
Every time Mac Jones throws a touchdown pass, we'll have that on hand and real like a little
Yeah.
small clip of it, of eating a hamburger, a Big Mac.
Yeah. A gift.
That'll be our touchdown celebration. But it's it's a weird thing that it seems like it's gone the other direction now. Now, if Tom had gone to Tampa Bay and failed, and the Patriots had gone to the Super Bowl with Cam Newton, the hate on Tom would be
Oh
at unprecedented
no,
levels.
no. Yeah. He was.
Whoever won or did whoever went, we knew this. whoever did whoever did well first, the other one was going to get crapped on. That's how it was going to work,
Yeah.
and we knew that. But like I don't know if you heard the part Jalen was talking about. What would it take for Bill Belichick to get fired, or what would it take for him to be on the hot seat? Well, I don't think Kraft would ever count 2020 against Bill. That that was kind of like
That
a
would be
freak of nature.
unfair.
That,
Yeah.
that's a weird situation that shouldn't count. So it would take a lot of like a lot of bad years. It would take a while, you know.
Yeah, and let's they're not going to be bad this year. I mean, come on.
No, no.
So I mean, it doesn't take a genius with the players that they've added and the guys they already have, and now with this guy, like, there's no way they can be bad. So of course I say this, and they go on 16, like 0-17.
I tell you what, the media and every sports show should give royalties to every member of the New England Patriots, and even and to Brady, Belichick, Kraft, the Patriots, all the players. The media should pay the royalties for them because they carry the story. They carry the story for half these shows. Every single show, first take, whatever it is, right? There's always a story about the Patriots or someone related to Patriots or a former Patriot. Always. It doesn't matter what it is, you know. So now it's always something, and it's ridiculous, but yet they hate them at the same time. It's bizarre.
But yeah, but going back to like what you said about what would it take for him? Yeah, I agree with you. It would take multiple like 0-17 seasons for him to to be
It would just have to
fired.
be a
So
disaster. It had to be.
just
It had to be
absolute
not only losing seasons, but they're just getting destroyed. It's just a total
yeah,
embarrassment. Now,
yeah,
and actually, he wouldn't fire Bill. He would probably recommend that Bill retire or something. You
yeah,
know
retire
that
early.
he would never. Yeah, he'd never. It would take a new owner, kind of like what Jerry Jones did to Tom Landry. You know, Tom Landry held on to his job for a long, long time, and then it took a new ownership to come in and give him the axe. So, and then it hired Jimmy Johnson. But that's what it would take. Now, Belichick he can do whatever he wants to. He could quit right now, and every team is going to try to get him.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it would fall over backwards.
what team wouldn't try? Honestly, I
If you're the team that doesn't try, then yeah, you're
name the team right now who would not try to entertain trying to get Belichick as your GM and coach, or especially as your coach,
Jets.
other than the Jets, because they know they don't have a chance. So
Yeah,
there isn't a team. There isn't a team in the league that would honestly say that they couldn't, that Belichick wouldn't be an upgrade. I just don't believe it. So, and if there are, it's very few. Okay, very, very few. So, I mean, I'd probably see like Kansas City probably would stick with Andy Reid because he's done so well for them. But the point is he would be highly sought after. So
yeah.
I think people are setting themselves up with this Matthew Stafford and the Rams. I think people are over
Yeah,
overrating what's going to happen
they're
there.
overselling the
Yeah,
prospects.
I just don't think it's going to be what they think it is. I just don't. Um,
I don't know what it is about Stafford. Like, he seems like a good guy. He seems like, but I don't know what it is. It just
I don't
like
even
if
think
I like if
that's
I
going to
was
be his
watching
problem.
him as a fan, yeah, if I was watching him as a fan, I'd always be worried that he would make a
Hmm.
bad decision. Like I wouldn't have that confidence to say, okay, well, he's gonna make the right decision. He's gonna throw the ball here. He's like not like in a gunslinger type of mode like a Brett Favre, but just like a
Yeah,
what the fuck was that? That was a bad decision.
yeah, exactly. And I honestly, I don't think Sean McVay is that good of a coach. Um, I I think he's okay, but I don't think he's what everyone thinks he is. And let's not forget, yeah, he got to the Super Bowl. Who doesn't think that that was Wade Phillips and that defense? Really, that was Wade Phillips. He had one of the best defensive coordinators in NFL history coaching for him. And not only that, they probably shouldn't have even been in the Super Bowl, to be honest. So let's say that Saints call goes the other way. They're never in the Super Bowl. Now, what do we think about Sean McVay? He's just a nothing, like just a young coach that nobody really cares about, right? So
Mhm.
I'm just saying that I hold him responsible for Jared Goff's so-called failure in LA. And that to me is a sign of a bad coach. The coach's job, first and foremost, and Belichick says this all the time, the coach's first job is what? To put his players in a position to succeed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you destroyed Jared Goff. You took him and didn't teach him how to be a quarterback out on his own like that on the field. And then you dump him because of your own failure. You know what that's like? That's like raising a kid to be a brat, and then at 10 or 11, you dump them off somewhere at an orphanage because you can't deal with them anymore. But yet it was your creation that caused it. So Jared Goff is getting blamed for bad coaching by the coach. It's like, whoa, what the hell, you know? So you don't teach your quarterback. I think the Chiefs learned that lesson in the Super Bowl about not teaching your quarterback to be out there on his own without training wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes didn't know what to do. The moment things went wrong, he had no idea what to do. He was running around like crazy. People think that that was impressive. It wasn't impressive. It was running around for your life. That's not impressive. That a dog does that. A cat does that when they're attacked or can't, they run away. You know, that's what Mahomes is just running around. No, he should have stayed in the pocket and known where to go with the ball. Okay, he didn't know how to do that, and that's coaching. Andy Reid did not prepare him for that. So, for whatever reason, we don't know everything about what goes on there, but for whatever reason, Patrick Mahomes was not prepared to to do that, and we saw that. And it's the same thing with Jared Goff. Jared Goff, they didn't take the training wheels off, so and now he's in Detroit. And how's that going to go for Stafford? I don't know. It's just a weird thing that people have. They it's like who mentioned it? Was it you earlier? Mentioned fantasy football. It's that
Yeah.
fantasy football mentality. So they see Stafford always getting fantasy football points, and they think that equals uh, all of a sudden that's going to equal winning. They think that you put this and this together. It's the same thing as when people say, "Oh, if Tom Brady won 6 Super Bowls, then Aaron Rodgers would have won 7." Okay, it's not how it works. That's not how it works. It's there's more to it than that. I don't even think Stafford will be a problem, and I think he could Stafford could have a good season in LA, and they still fail. So that's what I think about them.
Yeah. That's probably what's more probable that he puts up a lot of yards and 30 touchdowns, but you go, 7-9, 8-8.
The red coat is up. He says, "Morning
Oh,
all." So Mac Jones, huh? Righto. That's right.
all right.
Um,
I'm gonna get off
so
here because I
yeah,
got work in the morning. So,
that's funny. I was just about to say that. Let's go
oh,
here
okay.
and then we can start out tomorrow night then. So uh, and look at that tomorrow night. We can maybe even go later because it'll be the weekend. So thank you
Yeah.
all for being here tonight. It's a 4-hour show. I had a lot of fun. This was interesting. So thank you guys so much. And Shaq, it's good to have you back. It's good to be
Yeah.
back, right?
Yeah.
So
Stuff and great stuff to look forward to.
all right. Good night, guys. Talk to y'all later.
Right.